sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
Hear this, right now.
Welcome.
Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
What is going on up here?
I never know, man.
Unbiased.
Shut your mouth.
Uncompromised sports talk without the
I
sugarcoating.
hope you're happy. You wasted everyone's life for 30 seconds.
Isaac Rupp and Jason Sukanik.
Now shut up and let me do my job.
The best in sports coverage.
This is gonna be great.
This is Primetime with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
Hey, what it do?
Ahoy!
What's up? Fired up. Wednesday.
Well, we love our Wednesdays.
We do.
That's it.
That's it. It's your Friday, actually.
It is my Friday.
You're leaving.
I'm out of here. Going to spring training.
Guess where he's going, guys?
Well,
you
I
just
told
said
you.
it. Oh,
Yeah.
damn it.
Yeah. Sorry.
I was going to make a big thing out of it.
No. Just
Spring training.
Spring training.
I love spring training. And guess what?
What?
Guess what?
What?
I've never been there.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Never
You would
been.
love spring.
I know.
Yeah.
Everybody says that. It's like my I love baseball. I love golf.
Yeah.
I love being in flip-flops.
And the baseball is so casual, just hanging
Yeah.
out for a couple innings and seeing what's
Yeah.
going on, and then going to the golf course is like very
Yeah.
Isaac
It
Rock
is.
winter activity.
You would think I would do that. I haven't done it yet.
Well, my buddy, he sold his damn car dealership, and so now he's just rich and retired, and so he got a place down in Arizona, and so he's just milling around down there, and was like, "You want to come down to spring training?" I was like, "Yeah, why not?"
Whereabouts? Surprise, where my Royals and the Mariners are?
Yes.
By the way,
So
it is?
he's like 30 minutes from there.
Have you seen, I don't want to jinx anything,
Yeah.
okay?
All
But
right.
have you seen what the Mariners are doing?
Well, the youngs out there hitting? Supposedly they've got like this core of great young prospects that are supposed to be really good.
Well, I mean, I'll believe that when I see it. I'm just talking about early in spring training. You know, they lost their first game.
Yeah.
They've scored 44 runs in 4 games.
Yeah, mashing. Although it is spring training.
Yeah.
So,
Look at you, just peeing all over it
no, but I saw a list they were doing like
right out of the gate.
they were doing a list of I don't know how they say it. It was the 25 and under. So all your players 25 and under, including your prospects. And the Mariners were, they're like 5th, 6th, something like that.
All right.
And most of that, by the way, is prospects that have yet to be called up. But you got like Julio and the pitching staff. So I don't know.
Paid Dipoto.
Supposedly
Doing a good job.
brighter days ahead for the Mariners, although we've heard about the prospects for years, and then it's like,
Yeah, they don't seem to ever pan out.
Well,
except for
Julio is kind of panned out. I mean, there was
Oh, not kind of. He's awesome.
well, last year was a little
Yeah,
you
he had
know,
a rough year, but
little wonky, but he'll be fine.
well, I say rough. It wasn't. He's going to be great.
Yes.
He's still very young. As a matter of fact, I
Yes.
was looking at MVP odds today. You know, he's plus 1,700.
Really?
That's not a bad little bet.
No. And then the pitching staff is great. I mean,
Well,
it's
exactly.
a very, very good pitching staff. So
Exactly.
if you can ever find some people that can hit and some of these young guys, well, maybe you
Yeah.
got something.
I was also looking at Rookie of the Year odds, and boy, the only guy I knew was Dylan Cruz.
Oh, that's it? Bunch of who the hell is this?
Yeah, I had to look up a bunch of guys.
Yeah, give it a month and then you'll be like, oh, that guy. All I know is Juan Soto, first at bat for the Mets spring training, home run.
Nice.
I mean, come on.
Nice. Are you
So-
going to get to see your Mets down there?
Nah, they play in the Grapefruit.
Oh, they're in, is that in Florida?
They're in Florida. Like all the East Coast teams are in Florida, and then the West Coast, are out in the old Cactus League.
So I think you get Mariners, Royals. I want to say maybe Pirates.
Padres are down there.
Oh, you said East Coast all the. It's not the. Is it the Pirates? Oh, Padres. Yeah,
Padres.
That's what
the
I meant.
Padres and the Mariners used to share a facility. I don't know if they.
I think
if
it's
they
the
still
Royals
do.
and Mariners. I think they share.
Okay.
But I don't know that for
Like
sure.
I said,
See, I know nothing about.
Well, when I
spring
went
training.
down, I mean, this was years and years ago. We went down. It was the first World Baseball Classic. That was the great Iron Furnace in me. We went down there for spring training, and that was the days where the Mariners and Padres split a facility. But maybe now it's Mariners and Royals. So anyway, my buddy lives like 30 minutes from there, so we're gonna bum around down there.
Royals and Mariners do not share
Do
a
not
spring
share.
training facility.
But the Royals are down there.
Yeah, they're in Surprise.
Yeah. So there's Surprise, and then the other one's like Peoria, right? I think they're like right there.
Yeah.
It's 2 separate ones. So basically, we're just gonna hang out, play
Well,
a
let's
little
take a
golf,
look.
watch a little baseball, and probably drink too much and hopefully get
Yeah.
tan.
Well, that's the whole. Yeah. I mean, all of that sounds great.
Yeah, that's the vibe.
Now tomorrow, Friday and Saturday, right?
Yeah.
Or
and
probably
Sunday.
just Friday. Well, no.
No, I go down tomorrow. I'll be there at my flight leaves at the butt crack of dawn, so I'll be down there
Okay.
all day Thursday, all day Friday, all day Saturday. Come back Sunday.
Okay, I'm looking here. at your options tomorrow.
What do I?
Okay.
What do I?
Okay, I'm going to do this for you.
Give it to me. Give it to me.
Those are all from Florida. You're
Yeah,
not
I
going
can't-
to Florida.
That doesn't work. You can't go to Florida for a long weekend. It's a bit of a
Ooh.
nothing good.
Yeah.
You're like,
Well, the Mariners play the Rangers at noon.
okay.
That's in surprise.
Yeah.
My Royals take on the Brewers in Phoenix
Well,
at noon.
maybe we'll catch that.
Would you like to watch the Dodgers play?
Yes.
Unfortunately, they are playing the Rockies.
But you get the Dodgers.
That's at 12.
And I think Otani is. They said that he's going to start throwing a little bit.
I think he's supposed to make his debut tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
What?
I think that's what I saw.
By the way, the Mariners split squad, so they're also playing the Giants.
Yeah.
Um,
Watch
in
me
Peoria.
Watch me
right.
show up there and Otani like pitching, but he throws 8 pitches and then calls it good.
well, that'd be better than 0 pitches.
That does equate. Yes, 8 better than 0. So anyway, it's just gonna be a fun little long weekend. His wife is flying home too. I think she doesn't want to be anywhere near me.
Yeah, she
which-
doesn't like you.
Nah, she's out of there.
But who does?
It's a good point. Well, apparently he does because I've been invited down.
Ooh, Cardinals Astros Friday morning at 10.
That's not too shabby.
if you'd like.
The Otani debut Friday against the
okay.
Angels.
Yeah, against it.
What
Yeah,
time's that?
that game appears to be at. It's 5 p.m. game.
Well,
so you guys can play golf.
Yes.
And then go to
Well,
that game.
Book that, Dano.
Watch Mike Trout.
That's a perfect little pregame into dinner time and the bar scene and
The
like,
half in the
Yes.
bag. Let's do it.
and
Let's
that
go.
game is at Camelback Ranch in Glendale. So
Yeah. Done and done.
you're good.
See? Look at that. We
You're
we
good.
planned my whole weekend right there.
You also get Mariners Padres Friday night in. Wait, is it Friday night? Yeah, Friday night in Peoria.
Well, I can't because if the Dodgers game's at 5, let's be honest. I'm not, that's going
You have to
lead.
pick one of
That's
those.
going to pick one. We're picking the
Oh,
Dodgers, and then
no.
we know that's going to lead into a bunch of wine and cigars, and there you go.
You're such a rich guy.
Is that really rich guy behavior?
Yeah.
Spring training?
Wine, cigars.
Oh,
Yeah.
keeping that sweet $8 in our pants. That's right. I know what kind of wine you're drinking, but
I drink grape juice.
it's not going to be Camus. I can assure you of that. Be
Why not?
be a little more affordable.
What?
Yeah.
You just said he was rich. Tell him to break out the good stuff.
Little more affordable.
Break out the good stuff. Big Sook's coming to town.
Are you kidding me? He's a retired man. He's on a fixed budget right now.
yeah. Oh, man.
He's got no income coming in except for his massive investment role. But hey, gotta be cool. You gotta ease your way into retirement. That's an early retirement for him.
How old is he?
He is in his 50s.
Mm.
I'm gonna say he is 54-ish.
No, you're right. He's got to stretch that
Gotta
for
stretch that.
40 years.
Gotta stretch that for
plus.
a while. I think he's doing fine. Turns out when you sell an auto dealership or two, you do okay. I think he's doing fine.
I'm getting into the auto business.
I don't think it's a bad business to be in. There's a lot of people that were always like, when he retired young, he sold the store. There were a lot of people that were like, "Oh my God, what are you gonna do?" And he was like, "Nothing.
Golf.
just hang out." I think some people appreciate when that happens. I think pretty sure you end up being okay when you sell a couple of those.
We have some insider info for you.
What do we got?
We'd like to go ahead and disseminate this to you
Talk to me.
as you're headed to spring training. Been to spring training 8 of the last 10 years.
Mhm.
The Dodger spring training complex shared with the White Sox is a bitch to get in and out of.
Really?
Plan on a $100 Uber back to Old Town Scottsdale if you want proximity to Scottsdale. Then Salt Flats Field is the shared home of the Diamondbacks and Rockies, and Old Scottsdale Stadium, home of the Giants, is right downtown.
Boy, they sock you one with the Ubers, huh?
Good information.
That is good info.
Probably a lot of Dodger fans over there
Yeah.
too.
Absolutely.
Driving up prices,
those LA
sticker shock.
sons of bitches.
They're all their money,
I know.
all their wealth.
freaking A.
They're freaking.
They're $8 gajillion team.
They're stupid Ozempic. They bring it over there.
Yeah. Ozempic. You know. Well, that Ozempic face though is kind of freaky when you see people that have that thing. Luca's gonna have that. I guarantee he's on Ozempic. See the report today? The Bleacher Report. Amick had it from the Athletic, saying that the
hookah and drinking.
Yeah, the Mavericks have officially started leaking he's fat and smokes a lot of hookah. And within 5 years, it's going to be disastrous.
He does like hookah, I've heard. I don't know what is hookah?
Well, it's like a
Middle Eastern tobacco
Middle
water
Eastern,
pipe.
but you can smoke whatever you want out of it. But yeah,
Yeah.
most of the time it's
But
just
usually
like
it's like a wet fruit flavored tobacco. Is
Yeah.
what they do in the Middle East.
So
And he
you-
picked it up when he was playing in Spain.
So you get buzzed.
yeah. It's
Yeah.
well, I had a roommate of mine that got kicked out of BYU because he found a bunch of exchange students that were really into hookah, but they were not smoking tobacco. I believe that was hashish or hashish oil that they had going on. And boy, let me tell you something. That be careful with that.
Did you go to a hookah lounge?
No, I've never been to a hookah lounge. That's
I see him.
Yeah, I see him too.
They don't look that appealing
Yeah, I don't understand the idea of like flavored. I don't know.
to me. Yeah, exactly. Can you drink in there, or is it just hookah?
I don't know. I said
Is it a bar and hookah?
never
lounge?
been. Every now and then I've been to a gentleman's establishment, and you can like instead of bottle service, you can do like a hookah service.
Yeah.
So I've
It
had
looks
that
like a bong with a bunch of wires coming out of it.
yeah, yeah. Like every now and then, like some dude sitting next to you will be like, "Hey," and like they hand you like the big tube, and you're like, "It's just tobacco." I don't know,
I'll stick with my Pall Malls, thank you.
Yeah, it's not necessarily my. Although I'm telling you that hashish oil, boy, you want to get knocked on your ass. Be real careful with that. That's a whole other ball game. And that was like 18-year-old me that was not prepared. Like I was like a young country mouse coming into the big city. I was not prepared. And these bros, they were the Middle Eastern exchange students. Man, that was a lesson learned. Who would have thought? Brigham Young University. I went to the Lord's University and got introduced to that.
Yeah, I was looking back at my text. I was texting with someone who was telling me about Luca's habits, and he mentioned hookah in there.
Yeah.
Is it really a hit piece? And I was looking for something.
I don't know if it was a hit piece. They just.
Well, can I just say that when I hate it when. Okay, so it comes out that he likes hookah, which apparently is like well known. If I know it, everyone knows it.
Yeah.
And he likes Jameson Cokes.
Yes.
Remember I was telling you that?
Yes.
Okay.
And beer.
If that's the beer was in was it Amick you said? Sam Amick
Yeah.
had this?
He had it.
If somebody reports something that is, I mean, it's if you're in, people know what Luca likes. I mean, when you party, you don't just do it by yourself. Other people see it. It's out there. When somebody reports that, is that really a hit piece?
No, it's just
because I hate it when people's like, oh, they're just trying to smear. No, they're just saying what part of what Nico was thinking, and that
Well, you knew
he likes hookah and he likes Jameson and Coke.
They just weren't saying anything about it, and now they're saying it about it. So that's all.
Well, but I think some of it too is just reporters are digging.
Sure.
They're digging.
Yeah,
because they
we all
what's going on.
speculated, and
Exactly.
so they just. This is one of those where a reporter finally asked the question, and they're like, "Yeah, maybe it was a problem." It's just the only revelation that I saw in there was they said that within 5 years it will be disastrous, whatever the hell that means. But what are they supposed to say? They traded away the third best player in the NBA,
exactly,
who just dropped a triple-double on your ass. So,
well, I just wonder. Well, I guess you can't really say that initially.
No,
you just got to shut up.
Exactly. So,
anyway,
it'll all play itself out. Again, in 3 or 4 years, you'll find out who looks like an ass and who doesn't.
Yeah. All right. Well,
we love our Wednesday shows. Though.
Yeah, we're
off and running.
And you're on a Friday show.
Hell yeah.
So we're going to rock you on
Let's
a Wednesday.
go.
We're going to rock you on a Wednesday.
I am so ready.
Rocking you on a
so ready
Friday.
to
Why
rock.
did I say that?
That was hot.
Yeah, Ordner had you on blast in there.
Yeah.
Orts, Big Will Bets.
Woo!
All right, well, we'll start with recapping our Luca non-bets that we didn't place because there were many of them. And listen, one of them that we were...
Some of us placed them.
Oh, you did?
Oh,
Did
yeah.
you bet on Luca?
No, I did not.
Yeah, I didn't either.
I did not place any bets.
But we were talking about the bets.
Yes.
And one of them hit bigly.
Big.
That's next on The Fan.
The best basket.
every once in a while, gold just pops onto our phones. And while we were talking about hookah in the first segment, one Ryan Buckley, who never seems to disappoint us.
No, like we don't have a lot of experience with the hookah, but Buckley,
No, Buck does.
Buckley and his privilege once again.
I mean, he's like an onion, and the layers of the onion. There's so many of them, and we just got another one. And I posted this. Now, this is unusual for me, but I have gone straight to Twitter at 1080 the fan, and I have posted these photos because they're too good.
Yeah,
he sent them to our phones.
it's a great photo.
There's two of them.
Oh, I just saw the one.
Well, there's two, and they're both
Oh, okay, there
on
it is.
Twitter at 1080 the fan. If you would like to see Turkish Ryan Buckley and Turkish bathhouse Ryan Buckley, it's there for you, kids, because it's great. So the first one, Turkish Ryan Buckley, he is playing backgammon, smoking hookah with a fedora on, which is like, I mean,
he only sent me the one.
The other one
well,
I just
again,
I
go to Twitter.
I was talking with Isaac about it, so I just sent him the other one direct. The other one's on Twitter.
And so the other one is Turkish bathhouse Ryan Buckley. He looks quite concerned. You can see it in his eyes. He doesn't know what's about to happen. But apparently in a Turkish bathhouse, great things occur to the tune of they went 2 days in a row.
Huh.
And I don't...
Now, am I wrong? This is probably me being very naive and also a terrible human being.
Yes, it is.
When I hear Turkish bathhouse, I'm thinking one thing and one thing only. Am I?
There's like a fight in a Viggo Mortensen movie.
No.
He's thinking of doing it.
Yeah, I'm just thinking
Because that's all he thinks about.
That's some sort of weird severance waffle party thing. Someone's wearing someone's wearing the big head and strange things are going down. That's not a.
It's not that sort of experience.
Explain what happens at a
that's
Turkish.
a great photo.
Isn't that great?
Yeah,
It is
so
fantastic.
How do you describe that for those who don't have Twitter?
It feels like some sort of weird cultural appropriation that you're about to get canceled for.
No, they did that to me post spa treatment.
That's what I'm saying. It feels like you are cosplaying, like you're in Romancing the Stone. You're somewhere in the Middle East, and you're going native. Although with your beard and there's some dark complexion there.
Yeah, it looks.
Yeah,
It looks right.
You're blending in.
Except for just the sheer concern on your
Yeah,
face.
you look terrified.
I don't think it was concerned. I think I was trying to make a face, and it didn't go over. But
Yeah.
I'm
And you
not
look so
scared. I'm
sad.
not scared.
You look sad.
Oh, I'm not sad. I
makes me
was
sad.
relaxed.
Yeah, you're in like a Turkish skirt, and they wrapped you in a cut off cloth, and you've got a headgear.
You've gone native.
It's just delightful.
Yeah, if you were looking happier, that's a Tinder profile photo right there.
So what happens at a Turkish bathhouse?
Well, I'll also send you guys the link to the place where you can see more about it. But you go into this, basically you go into after like you change into a robe, you go into this giant room where, there's like an entry room where you go and you sit on a bench and they start like doing a body temperature regulation thing by dumping ice water followed by hot water on your feet. And then they start doing it over your head. And all of a sudden I don't know, you just start becoming more relaxed. They send you into this giant domed room that has a huge warm stone where you're supposed to kind of lay on it and relax for 30 to 45 minutes until your masseuse comes over and finds you. And then you can get all sorts of different types of massage treatments, but the most common one is...
I bet you can.
Oh,
See,
yeah?
that's where I'm thinking that this goes.
There's probably
No,
different
'cause
rooms.
It was all men. They have men's and women's hours. So you just...
Well, I know, but there's also,
Is the masseuse a male or female?
yeah,
It's a male.
exactly.
Oh, it's a male.
Yeah,
Oh, so it's all men, even the people that work there.
correct.
Okay, got
Yeah.
it.
So it's that kind of place. You know, we have one of those in Portland, Buck. It's called Steam. You might want to check it out
How
sometime.
do you know that?
You don't know about Steam?
No.
Yeah.
And it makes me sad.
It's right there on 84, and it is men only. You sounds like it's what you're looking for.
Yeah, not quite.
No,
Sook's been in a few times. He can tell you all about it if you need any info.
I don't think they dress you up in that robe though.
So then what? Then what do they do?
Then I mean, there's a whole like water and like exfoliation scrub massage that happens, and then you go into.
Are you naked?
No, well, you are, except for a towel. You have there's towels everywhere, so people generally keep themselves covered, and then you go into like a more like massage type room. You get like an oil like massage full body on like on a typical massage table. Then you go into, I think, a steam room, then a cool bath. Then I mean, it's just a whole.
My
It was like a
God.
4-hour experience. And it's like the most relaxed I've ever been. I was in Istanbul with my brother when we did this, and we looked at each other. We're like, we have to do this tomorrow, right? Before we leave. Yeah.
How much was it?
Not that much. I mean, Turkey in general was not very expensive. It was probably like $60 or
Was
something like
Soon
that.
Bang working there? Or
Soon Bang was
or
not
no?
working there.
No.
How do you know?
Well, I mean, maybe she was. I didn't meet her. If
Cindy.
She was.
Well, that's awesome.
Yeah.
We learned a little bit more about Ryan Buckley there.
Yeah,
Turkish bathhouse.
A
Ryan Buckley.
frequenter of the Turkish bathhouse.
Couldn't
And by the way,
recommend it enough.
looking up hookah, apparently hookah is way worse than smoking.
It's real
cigarettes.
bad for you.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Why? What's in there?
They said normally you got nicotine, tar, carbon monoxide, heavy metals such as
God.
arsenic and lead.
Tar?
Yeah.
Why?
Why
is there tar in it?
there formaldehyde's in there. A bunch of
What?
a bunch of chemicals I can't pronounce.
Fentanyl?
Benzene's in there. That's a toxic chemical. Nitric oxide, toxic chemical. I guess it's really bad. So
Oh, apparently it's tar in cigarettes.
yeah,
Never mind.
yeah.
So
But-
how is it worse than cigarettes?
I
then?
guess it just I think there has been a move amongst some cigarette people to have more of just kind of more natural tobacco,
Yeah.
and I guess this is not. I guess hookah smoke has every.
Because even though cigarettes are bad, like you do have filters. There's no filter for hookah.
Yeah, they're just. I just looked on here. They're saying that hookah smoke actually is worse for you, and they use charcoal to heat the product, which again you're sucking down coal. I guess it's all kinds of bad. Like you don't want it.
So the old boy that used to roll his own tobacco.
He was onto something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like the vegan smoker.
Yes.
You know.
Yes. Not all cigarettes are created equal, and apparently if you're going to be smoking something, you don't want it to be hookah. So maybe there's an element of that. Like Jordan was a big cigar guy, but obviously cigars you're not inhaling, you're not supposed to, and
Still gets into your lungs.
still gets into your lungs. But I do think if someone has a serious hookah problem, I can see where someone says that's a lot worse than Vladi Divac that's smoking heaters.
Yeah. Interesting.
So
All right. Well, I'm glad we covered that.
we've covered
And
Turkish
listen,
bathhouses, bucks,
I got to tell you something.
pseudo-erotic adventures in the Far East, and then what the hell hookah?
I am ready. I can't wait for the next time we talk about something completely random
Yeah.
like hookah. And all of a sudden, Buck blows up our phones with intimate photos of said topic. I think it's great.
Like why that photo from the bathhouse isn't your profile pic on every site. I
think
know.
it was at one point in time.
It's amazing.
Photo's 10 years old though.
I don't care.
Well, you don't look that much older, I
No.
got to say.
That's
Nice.
That's a keeper.
Good. I haven't
don't know-
aged.
I don't know whether that means you just looked old when you were younger
Yeah.
or you look good now. I don't know
Let's
what.
go with that.
Yeah, whatever you.
It's a great photo. I
You
mean,
choose.
it truly is.
Yeah, so on at 1080 the fan on Twitter, you can see Turkish bathhouse Ryan Buckley and just Turkish Ryan Buckley.
Well, now I need to go to a Turkish bathhouse. Can I find a Turkish bathhouse not in Turkey?
Probably.
I got to tell you that cold plunge because I do that when I never really go to a spa per
Yeah.
se, but every once in a while when I'm in Vegas, I'll go down to the hotel spa. You know, you
Sure.
just get a day pass and
Yeah.
you just chill out there,
Mhm.
and the hot cold.
Mhm.
I think the order is. See if I can get this right. You would know better than I would, but I think it's like you go into the sauna, then steam room, because I have allergies, you know, so the
Yeah.
steam room really helps clear you
Clears
out.
everything out.
And then you go cold plunge out of that, and then you go hot tub, rinse and repeat 3 times
Mhm.
over 30 minutes each. Dude, it's life changing.
Yeah, I think most people you end with the cold plunge, but
Oh, really?
I mean, there's a million.
I thought there was I thought there was a proper order for it. Maybe
Again,
I'm wrong.
There's no real science to it. The people that we always ended with the cold plunge because this was like this was a football thing. In every football facility, there's a big cold pool, like a
Yeah.
giant.
But do you
tub.
guys do the hot cold
Yes.
thing or just a cold plunge?
You do both. I mean, after every practice, you are required, like during 2 days, to be in the cold plunge. You're not required to be in the hot one.
Yeah.
But most of the time, you would do the both, and we always ended with the cold
cold.
plunge. And so, like every now and then, I go to a place that has that for therapy. You do the hot and you do the cold, and we always
they
end
go-
with cold. But I know some people
Okay.
that like to leave on the hot because it leaves you feeling.
Yeah, I think
It feels you a little more loose.
that's why I did that. Is I think that if I were a high level athlete,
Yes.
which I'm not, I don't know if you guys know that.
Yeah.
This is breaking news.
I am not a high level athlete. Many of you have been listening.
Tell that to the Langdon Farms Men's Club.
Many of you have been listening to the show for years, and you did not know that. So I'm glad to reveal that finally. But I think that for athletes, finishing cold makes sense.
Yeah.
Right? Because doesn't that sort of tighten everything up
Yes.
and get you ready to?
Supposedly, I believe the science behind it was that the hot prepares your body for the cold, and then the cold has all the anti-inflammatory
Yeah.
properties.
And then you go rest,
in the
and
heel,
then
yes.
you go back at it the next day.
Yes.
Whereas for a guy like me, who is not a high level athlete, and I'm just looking to feel my hot body to
I
feel
think you
good
probably want to end on the hot.
when I'm getting ready to go order my next old fashioned.
Yes.
I want to end on the hot because it's the relaxing part of it.
So just a couple weeks ago, my wife took me to a spa for my birthday, and they had like on the wall the cycle that you're supposed to do at their
Oh,
facilities.
they did. What did they say?
And so it went. They had like a warm tub, not a hot tub, but like a 90-degree tub probably that's just warm. You started there, then you went then you went hot tub,
Okay.
then you went cold plunge,
Uh-huh.
sauna,
Whoa.
cold plunge,
Whoa.
steam,
Whoa.
cold plunge,
Whoa.
back to the warm bath. So you're
Okay.
just kind of alternating all of this, but you eventually ended up warm by
That's
the end.
kind of the same route I went. I just did it 3 different times.
Yeah. I mean, this is again one site. This is from Body Labs. And it says jumping into the ice bath after the sauna will cause your blood vessels to constrict,
Yeah.
thus elevating your blood pressure and improve blood circulation in the long run. The contrast between the muscle relaxation and the increased blood flow to ice cold exposure increases breathing, other, blah, blah, blah. So yes, I think the traditional, if you're doing it for healing benefits, hot then cold. So, but like now it's all the rage. People act like this is a new thing. Dude, I haven't done anything remotely athletic since the NFL, and we just these things have been around forever. It's just Joe Rogan started doing it and talking to people, and now
Exactly.
have you seen, like, I looked at buying a cold plunge pool,
Oh, no, I haven't seen that.
and it's insane.
But
Like,
I've seen like
people want like thousands of dollars for
Well,
cold plunge.
there's
I think
remember,
Sprague got one.
Oh, did he?
I think he did.
Nice. We've been talking about this for a long time, and you're right. It does seem like it's a new revelation for guys like you. It's not.
Yeah.
But I think for average Joes, the health benefit, like the cold plunge seemed like something that you would do after a strenuous,
Yes.
Day.
And a lot of people now say it's how you should start your day.
Exactly. It's like it's become it's like yoga.
Yeah.
It's just average Joes who don't really move a lot should do it, and that's starting to become more popular in terms of like people like. It's not even Joe Rogan, but
Yeah, just people
the
that are-
types of people that Joe Rogan has on
Yes.
preach this kind of stuff, and so people are running with it.
So I do cold showers in the morning, and then I do I don't have a cold plunge, and I don't want to deal with all the ice, so I do my head. There's people that say that if you do your head, you get most of the benefits from a cold plunge. So instead of spending thousands of dollars on a cold, and my theory on this is everyone's buying these now for $3,000 and $5,000. In 2 years, they'll be on Facebook Marketplace for $500, and I'll buy one.
They're like treadmills.
They're like treadmills. But for the time being, I just get a big bucket and I fill it with cold water. And this is usually kind of how I start my day. And I just dunk my head in and then hold my breath. And I do it for 45 seconds and then come up, take another breath. I do that like 3-4 times, do it for a couple minutes, and then I take a cold shower. And that's kind of how I start the day.
Well, anyway,
Yeah.
we got Turkish Bathhouse Ryan Buckley over there, and we're excited to hear what we can unpeel the next layer of his onion.
Yes.
I went to Turkey without a visa and didn't know that I needed one and to get in, and so my brother and I had to figure that out 45 minutes before we landed there.
And how'd you do that?
Online, they let it happen if you pay them enough.
Right there is your landing, like in the
I
airplane?
mean, it was online.
I know, but
So
you said 45 minutes.
We landed in Turkey, but we weren't at our final destination. We had to take one other flight, and we're like sitting in the airport applying for a visa.
And you got it.
And we got it.
Things just work out for Ryan Buckley.
Yeah.
You know?
I do enjoy that Buckley, who now just leads a very tame Yeah, he's a neuter dad raising kids.
Trip to the park is a big
Trip
weekend.
to the park, but I love that
He's well traveled.
Yes, I love that back in the day, Buckley was just out there mixing it up in
was.
foreign lands without no visas. And
I think we're going to be ambitious traveling with our kids. We're talking about the most
should.
kid-friendly international place we can go already. Maybe Japan. We'll see.
Is that what they say?
No, I mean it's a place. I mean, Japan tends to be very kid-friendly.
really,
I think so.
not the Japan I went to.
Well, maybe different Japans.
No, Japan is it's great. It's a great place.
Did you say maybe different Japans?
Like we went different places in Japan.
If only I had
All
someone
right.
that knew anything about Japan. Where do I turn?
Let's talk about our non-Luca bets
Yes.
next. Here's Buck.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan. On the hardwood tonight, Game 2 of the Blazers' 7-game road trip. They're in Washington taking on the Wizards, who are owners of the NBA's worst record. Matisse Thybulle, DeAndre Ayton, and Robert Williams all remain out for Portland. Tip-off from our nation's capital just after 4 o'clock. The Blazers are 6-point favorites. More news from the Combine today as Saints GM Mickey Loomis says the team intends to move forward with Derek Carr as their number 1 quarterback. 49ers GM John Lynch says the team is in discussions with Brock Purdy over a long-term contract extension. Lynch also confirmed the team will continue to work with receiver Deebo Samuel to try and facilitate a trade. Reports out of Green Bay indicate the Packers are willing to listen to trade offers for defensive back Jair Alexander. He's played just 14 games over the last 2 seasons and is still owed $36 million with 2 years left on his deal. And on the diamond Tuesday, Portland Pilots lefty Ryan Rembiz threw the first perfect game in school history, needed just 90 pitches to retire all 27 Seattle University batters in order. Rembiz just the 22nd player to throw a perfect game in the history of Division I baseball. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley, the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
The original home of the Herd with Colin Cowherd. Weekdays 9 to noon, 1080 The Fan. The Fan.
Hey, I read today that the Pete Weber "Who Do You Think You Are, I Am?"
Yeah.
13 years old today.
Happy anniversary.
Only
I saw that
13
too.
years
Yeah.
old?
Yep.
Well, I would have, because that thing looks like it's from like 1996.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's because he's wearing glasses from 1996.
And the polo shirt. I don't know if I've ever. Bowling might be the sport that if you watched it, you would least be able to tell time frame.
what year it's from?
Because like you watch an NBA game, you will know just by looking at the players and the uniforms roughly where it's at. Major League Baseball, certainly, NFL.
Yeah.
You watch bowling,
It's true.
I'm not certain you're watching an event from 6 months ago or 16 years ago.
That's a great point.
I mean, just walking into a bowling alley feels like you're going back in
Yeah,
time 30
they
years.
haven't
100%.
changed at all.
No. Go into a Tiger Bowl sometime, and I'm telling you, it's a way back machine.
So football, it's clear. It's the shoulder pads.
Yes.
Is the dead give.
Yes, 100%.
For baseball, it's the baggy pants.
Yep.
For basketball, it's the uniforms.
Yep,
like you said.
uniforms.
What
Well,
are we missing?
And even like in the NBA, even the courts and the sneakers that they wear, right? It's just it's
yeah,
easy.
It's clear.
It's
clearly
easy
different.
it's easy to tell.
Golf, it's like they wouldn't be wearing hats for some reason. You remember that?
Yeah.
Like before Jack and Arnie and those guys never wore hats.
Yeah.
Well, and even some of the equipment, even some of the clubs and the sound of it and all that. I mean, and the production value of it.
And the bell bottoms.
Yeah. But bowling, man, I don't know. I don't know how to tell bowling apart.
Hockey, you just got the helmets.
Oh yeah.
Well, helmets
what's-
and visors.
Yeah.
In hockey.
didn't used to have helmets and visors.
Nope.
Well,
They just skated around.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
it's
Is
only,
that right?
Dudes
it's
are getting
only
their
a
heads
number
split
of
open all the
years
time.
ago that visors were even required. In fact, I still think there's one guy that is grandfathered in that doesn't have to wear the visor, but because if you come into the league now, you have to wear a face. You have to wear
face shield.
an eye shield.
All right. Well, anyway, the Lakers beat the Mavs last night. We were going through Luka's prop bets before the game.
Yeah, and we were all over the double-double.
Yeah, I mean, well, we
That's-
were all over the double-double.
Everyone was.
But the double-double went from plus 110 to minus 195.
Yeah.
So that was, if you got it early, that was a good bet.
But we talked about the triple double
the
as well.
triple-double was plus 250.
Plus
I think.
290, and I played that.
Yeah, and he got a triple-double.
Yes, he did. He got it pretty easily.
Look at Ryan
He
Buckley.
didn't shoot very well, but he got himself his triple-double.
Well, that was the beautiful part of it is all three of us like the under on his points.
Yeah.
That hit as well.
That was easy. And, I mean, it's all hindsight.
Yeah,
Although
they
we
said-
did call it.
They said it at 32, and we're like, dude, that is a lot. Especially you knew there was going to be
Yeah.
some nerves, and he talked about it after the game.
Yes.
He said he was just glad it was over.
Yeah, he was all out of sorts.
Yeah, he shot
And
1 for 7 from the 3-point line.
He
shoot the ball
admitted
well
he
at all.
was all out of sorts. And so it's like, that was easy. And then you know what else hit? Do you guys know what else hit?
Your long shot.
Do you know what else hit? He got a technical foul.
Plus
Plus 600. And he got it in the first quarter.
Well, I'll tell you what, that Luka ticket to someone out there, dude, that was a tasty little evening.
Of course, I don't bet stuff like that.
Nah, I don't either.
But
I thought about it.
I did too.
Had the double-double stayed at the odds that we saw it at, that would have been something I would jump on. But yeah, it had shifted from plus 110, like
Okay.
you said, to like minus 190.
Someone on the YouTube tells us that they followed with a LeBron and Luka double-double bet that hit, and then somebody on the text line said they got the triple-double at plus 320 for Luka.
wow, that's great.
Nice.
That's great.
Yeah.
Now, in hindsight, I was thinking about this today. The technical foul one,
Mhm.
we didn't talk about this yesterday. Didn't even cross my mind yesterday. But boy, when you think back,
He always gets a tech. I mean,
Well-
he
but I think it's the fact that the tech was a good bet for two reasons. One, it was long odds.
Yeah.
But two, it could happen because there's no way, and he knows there's no way the refs are going to throw him out of that game.
Yeah.
He was that game.
Yeah.
So he can get mouthy. And yes, he does get mouthy.
Yeah.
And by the way, the other reason is you knew the refs were going to be maybe a little whistle happy because they wanted to control the emotion of the game.
yeah.
And all of that happened in the first, and he got fouled. I don't know if you saw it, but he was bitching up a storm, and he rightly so. He got fouled, and they didn't call it, and so they teed him up. But there was no way that they were going to throw him out of the game, and he knew that.
So he's got some
So he's
liberty.
not going to get that second one.
Yeah.
So he's like, "Fine, tee me up, bitch. Now watch. I'm going to triple double their ass."
And it actually ended up being a good game. I didn't catch it till midway through the fourth quarter, but he just had an assist to LeBron and they sealed it up. And LeBron even said afterwards, he goes, dude, because LeBron had a nice game. I was listening to some of the post game, and LeBron was like, "There is zero chance I was letting my guy lose against his former team. Like they weren't losing that game. Although the Mavericks covered though, I think it was what 9.5, ended up losing by 8.
Yeah, they did cover.
Yeah,
And in typical NBA game fashion, you really didn't need to watch it until the fourth quarter,
that's all I did.
and it was 90-90.
Yeah.
I think at one point it was 90-90, and
Yeah.
it's like, okay, this game's in.
And at one point in the
flux.
middle, it was like a 15-point game
Yeah.
or 17-point game. And
Classic
comes
NBA
right
game.
back around.
And then LeBron's like, okay, I'm LeBron, stop me.
Yeah.
And the Dallas is like, okay, well, we can't.
Yeah.
We don't have Anthony Davis. So we'll see you in Dallas.
Fun one too is I saw LeBron James now at the age of 40, is averaging better numbers than he did when he was 20.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Better numbers as in what?
Across the board. He has a better stat line
What?
after the age of 40 than he did when he was 20.
Dude.
Yeah, it's
Are you kidding?
No.
Well, 20.
I'll pull it up.
So
Yeah, I mean,
he was young.
You're young, but still, you're 20 years old. The dude's 40 and he's still doing this crap. Look, I don't know how long he plays, and I will always be a Jordan guy. I get it. I'm biased. He will always be my GOAT. But if you're trying to make an argument against LeBron, other than you don't like him, I don't know what the argument is anymore. Dude, that dude is if you're adding in longevity, he is the GOAT. I would still, if you gave me one season, one game, whatever, I will take MJ every single time. But when you look at the totality of what that guy is doing at the age of 40, it's not human. I don't know how much money he spends on whatever substance he spends on, and I don't really care. But I do find it interesting that, like, with Barry Bonds, like, we kill that guy. Look, we all know LeBron's doing some stuff, but we don't care because it's just absolute greatness. I didn't care when Bonds did it, and I don't care when LeBron did it. Because watching those guys play at an advanced age, my appreciation of greatness is just my jaw's on the floor with what that guy's doing.
It is an interesting question. Like, and LeBron's a different animal because he's just a freak.
Yeah.
But would you want raw youth, raw young, or veteran savvy? Like which is better for you?
Well, obviously,
or for your team.
Obviously, you'd want like 26, but if you had to take 20 or 40,
Well, no,
I'm taking 40.
I think, yeah, that's what I was going to say too. Is I think that the question is 20 and 40.
I would take
because
40.
even LeBron at 21, 22
Yeah.
is way better than he is at 20.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you're 20, so very young and raw, but could be the greatest of all time.
Yeah.
Do you want that LeBron or do you want this LeBron? With LeBron, because again, he's just a freak. It's not even close. You want 40. He's awesome.
Yeah.
But with normal athletes, that's a great question.
Yeah, it would be. LeBron, since turning 40, by the way, 26, 8, and 8, and a steal a game and is shooting 54 and 44%. Those are better numbers than when he came into the NBA.
One other name that comes to mind on this front, and it's not 20 and 40, but it's first year last year, is Peyton Manning. Because you were talking about his stats.
Yeah.
The other day, he was awful when he was older, but he won a Super Bowl.
He won a Super Bowl.
But when he was his first year,
Yeah.
he led the league in interceptions.
Yeah, he was terrible.
He threw like 36 picks or something.
Yeah, it was bad.
He was like Eli.
I believe it was the rookie record.
I've heard him talk about that and basically say, like, no one's ever letting a quarterback do that again, essentially, that he got given such a long leash and such a benefit of the doubt that people aren't either willing to put a rookie who's going to do that out there or they're going to cut bait with him before he can turn it around.
That's his excuse. Huh? Oh, I was so good, they just let me do whatever I want. I threw 28 picks. It was 28 picks. He threw 26 touchdowns, 28 picks.
28 picks.
At the age of 22.
Well, most of the time in sports, like, and this is, the NBA probably has a little longer peak than the NFL. I mean, by the time you reach 30 in the NFL, if you're not a quarterback, no one wants to pay you. Like, the clock's a ticking. NBA, you got a little longer leash on that. But I mean, the peak is that when you've been in the league long enough to where you're a savvy veteran, but you still have all of the youthful spring in your step. So it's usually what, 26, 27 to 30, 31. That's and in some sports, and depending on injury, it doesn't last that long. Some guys get 2 or 3 years of this. I always say in football, kind of the crappy part is by the time we acknowledge how good you are, you're probably not as good as you're already worse than you were before at your peak. You're on the downside.
No, that's true.
And that's the crappy part, and that's just the nature of the NFL, because very few guys, especially at certain positions, their peak only lasts 2 or 3 years, and it takes a while for us to realize it. But like Tyreek Hill's on the wrong side of 30 now and is coming off his worst year. You know, we think of Tyreek Hill as the most dangerous man in football. He is not. Tyreek Hill now is just a guy. And it wasn't that long ago that dude was the best offensive weapon in the NFL. And here we are like 2.5 years later, and you're like,
Yeah.
he's just a dude.
I think of Julio Rodriguez. We just talked about him earlier.
Yeah.
Plus 1,700 to win AL MVP.
Yeah.
You know, he's already got 3 years in the league.
Yeah.
He's 24.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
So he's not even at those prime ages yet.
No.
He's got 3 more years before he's 26.
Yep.
And then it's like, and that just shows you like how good that guy could be.
Yes. So just give it, and to be fair to like the baby Blazers, I mean, there's an element of that too with like Sharp and Scoot.
Aren't they the youngest team in the league?
Well, no, because they got like Grant and some of that like kind of, I think, skews it. But yes, they are a very, very young team. But when you look at how old Sharp's, been in the league, this is his 3rd year. So he's got to be what, 21, 22?
The Blazers are the second youngest team in the league.
Who's the youngest?
The Thunder. The number 1 Oklahoma
You're
City Thunder.
kidding me.
That's a whole other.
Oh my God.
Their runway for greatness is just.
And don't they have like 800
They've
picks?
got 1 million picks left.
And you keep wondering like why they don't make a move, but I guess they do have such a long runway. But yeah, Scoot's not even 21.
Sharp's 21.
Sharp's 21.
Scoot
What's
is-
Ant? 24?
Scoot's 21.
Their average age is 24.2.
So Scoot and Sharp are the same age.
They're the
according to
same
this.
age?
Yeah.
Okay, I
then you have-
thought Scoot was a little younger.
You have
What's Kamara?
Klingon is 21. Kamara is 24.
Okay. Oh, the elder statesman of the core. So I mean, you are
Who
just
else do you consider part of it?
well. I mean, that's kind of
Is that it?
that's kind of it.
What?
Well, I mean, that's your. Everything else is like whatever.
Aiton's only 26.
Right, there's another one. Like we think of DeAndre Ayton is like he doesn't fit the timeline. He's 26 years old.
Well, he looks old.
He does look old. He's got the Greg Oden, Benjamin Button thing going on. But yeah, like these guys aren't really going to hit their stride. It's just you feel like in the NBA, by the time you're 22, 23, you're showing signs of what you're going to be.
Magic Johnson.
Ryan Rupert, only 20.
It's the baby of the group.
All right. Can you believe this? This is going to blow you away.
What do you got?
I have a myriad of NBA notes from last night.
What?
Yeah. Yeah.
What spurned this?
Well, I thought they were interesting.
All right.
He watched it for the first time this season.
No, that's not true.
I just don't know what.
As a matter of fact, I really didn't even watch the Lakers and Matt. I was glued to college, but
you just came with some stats.
There were a couple things that happened last night that I found interesting, and I want to talk about it.
Okay. What accent was that, by the way?
Turkish.
You went Eminem on all of a sudden just on a random album. You just started dropping accents.
You can't put me in a box.
I didn't know what to make of that.
It sounded snobby.
Yeah. It was a little more Ted Knight-ish than I wanted it to be. So we'll get to that coming up next on The Fan.
Backed by
Well, I kind of lied. I said myriad of NBA notes.
A smattering of NBA notes?
I think that's a better word.
I like where we're
Yeah,
going with
because
that.
I got a couple things in here. But
Good. To be honest with you, if you brought a myriad of NBA notes and
is that a little much?
what? Look, you're looking at me right now, and I'm like, oh my god. I'm like, am I prepared for a myriad of things? That's like when the kids are like, I don't want to learn, and the teacher's like, I don't want to teach, and I'm like, good, thank God. Wouldn't know what to do if you wanted.
Well, I don't know.
I'm glad we're on the same page.
We're not huge NBA guys here, but
Oh.
a couple things
Like,
happened.
if you're asking me to break down the Toronto Raptors' future,
I would like you to do that.
I don't understand why they traded for Brandon Ingram, because they're in the mid of a hard reset, and it feels like they just got a mid-range guy that they already have, and he's not.
They think he's the future. They signed him to an extension.
Yeah. So there's my Toronto Raptors breakdown. That's all I got.
Name 2 other Toronto Raptors.
Scotty Henderson, who is
No,
What?
Scotty Barnes.
or Scotty Barnes. Sorry.
That's the only other one I have is
Who the
Scotty
hell
Barnes.
is that?
Oh wait, no, they moved Pascal Siakam, right?
Yeah.
He's in
Siakam and
Indiana?
OG are gone, which is why I'm saying they're going through like a what do you call it? They went through a reset. And Scotty Barnes is basically a younger version of Brandon Ingram. So I don't know why they did that. They also have because of the Olympic documentary I was watching, they have RJ Barrett. I know that.
That's right.
All right.
Yeah.
And he is Canadian.
Okay.
He's Canadian on that. And then they've got who's the other dude? They got Van Fleet still there, right?
Oh, Fred. Is Fred Van Fleet there?
Is Van Fleet still there?
I don't think he's still there.
I thought he was in Houston now.
All right, well then I'm out.
I've got their
They got the Dick.
Oh, Grady Dick.
They
Grady
do.
Dick?
Yeah, I
There
should
you
know
go.
that.
That's all I got.
They have former Oregon Duck Chris Boucher.
So is Van Fleet gone then? He's not there?
He's not on this list.
I think he's in Houston.
So everyone that was good there is gone, and now they got Brandon Ingram. So,
Yeah,
whatever.
all right.
That's all the Raptors.
right.
Hey, you know
I
what?
didn't really want to break down.
I feel somewhat okay about that hot Toronto Raptors breakdown.
You wasted all our time.
Jakob Pertl, Emmanuel Quickly, PJ Tucker. You heard of him?
Hey, man, you wanted hot Raptors talk.
I really
brought
didn't.
you lukewarm Raptors talk. Boom.
Well, now we have to go.
No, we don't.
Yeah, we do.
What happened to the smattering?
Well,
of
it's
NBA?
coming up next. We have another hour. Actually, we have 3 more hours. So I'm going to give it to you next. I'm going to give it to you, and I'm going to give it to you hard.
I can't wait.
The Hornets last night set a record owned by the Blazers.
Really?
Yep.
It can't be a good record.
Oh, you don't think?
I don't think
Why?
so.
What would make you say that?
That is a place where careers go to die.
That is next on The Fan. I'm coming hard.
We're officially less than a month away from the madness, and it's time for some college hoops.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan on the hardwood tonight. Game 2 of the Blazers' 7-game road trip. They are in Washington, D.C., taking on the Wizards, who are owners of the league's worst record. Matisse Thybulle, DeAndre Ayton, Robert Williams, all out for Portland. Tip-off in just a matter of moments. Blazers are favored by 6 points. More news from the NFL Scouting Combine today. Saints GM Mickey Loomis says that New Orleans plans to move forward with Derek Carr as their number 1 quarterback. 49ers GM John Lynch says the team is in discussion with quarterback Brock Purdy for a long-term extension. Lynch also confirmed the team will continue to work with receiver Deebo Samuel about trying to facilitate a trade. Reports out of Green Bay indicate the Packers are willing to listen to trade offers for defensive back Jair Alexander. He's played just 14 games over the last 2 seasons and is still owed $36 million over the last 2 years of his deal. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley, the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk, listening live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
The ultimate basketball party, Fan Madness, is back. March 20th and 21st at the Stadium Sports Bar at A&A Sportsbook. More info at 1080thefan.com.
If you can find the time to explore the mind of a stripper, then you can find the time to spend with your actual family.
Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
Damn! What they on? All steroids and no carbs? Them some thick-ass kids.
This is Primetime.
We're not like you. We're grown-ups.
Your source for the best in local, regional, and national sports.
Oh, my goodness.
Here are Isaac Ropp and Jason Sakanik with Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
All right. Welcome back. Hope you're having a nice little Wednesday. Great Wednesday show, as always, here. Hump day.
You need to get the cob out of your ass.
That's right, you do.
I'm ready for this hot NBA smattering.
Yeah, I've got a smattering of notes from the NBA, which is unusual for me. But I did see that the Charlotte Hornets lost again last night.
I think they lose every night.
Well, not every night, but why it is significant that the Hornets' 36-point loss to the Warriors last night, why that is significant is because that has now set a new NBA record for 3-game losing streak futility.
Well, I know the Blazers beat them by, I believe, 53.
Exactly.
When was there a game before that or after that?
There was a game in between there, I believe.
Okay.
You'd think I would have that sitting here, but I don't. So I'm looking that up real quick. But the new record is 100. So they have lost 3 straight games by a combined 134 points.
We think.
That hurts a little bit.
That is not good.
No, it's not good.
Now, the interesting note there is that they lost at Portland 141-88. Okay, it wasn't a good night for them.
No.
Then they went to Sacramento and lost 130-88.
All right, that
So improving.
Yeah. We're on the right path.
And then the next night, last night, they went to Golden State and lost 128-92. So that is the worst 3-game stretch in the history of the NBA. Now, the Blazers had the previous record. Yeah. And I would like you to guess what era Blazers team had it.
Was that the one? Was that just last year? Remember they went on that weird East Coast swing? I mean, I do remember them just getting demolished on an East Coast trip last year.
It wasn't last year, but it is this era.
Okay.
It was the famous 2021-22 Portland Trail Blazers.
That was pre-tank, although they were still tanking. That was when they were telling us that, don't worry, we're still going to go all in.
Well, it was the last 3 games of the season.
Yeah.
To be fair.
Yeah. Where they were tanking.
Oh, yeah. I think the Warriors beat them by like 50 or 60 on the final day of the season. Is that right?
It wasn't quite that, but it was close. They lost 127-94. Looking at who that was that beat them out there.
It's a bad loss.
It wasn't good.
No.
That was New Orleans. Then they lost to Dallas 128-78.
Wonderful. Just marvelous.
They lost by 50. And then they wrapped up the season by improving to only losing by 31 to the Utah Jazz 111-80. So that is a total of 114, which was the previous record until last night.
Well, congratulations to the Charlotte Hornets, who it doesn't matter because LaMelo Ball is pretty good. I know Brandon Miller is pretty good, and yet it doesn't matter. they just suck a giant one.
Now, the Blazers play the Wizards tonight. I
Yes,
don't know
they
if you
do.
know that.
Well, we kept waiting to see because after the All-Star break, the last couple years, I believe the number is the last 3 years after the All-Star break, they've won 13 combined games. So the idea was no one tanks quite like the Blazers after the All-Star game, but I got to say so far the answer to that is nay.
Yeah, there are 8 teams tanking better than them.
Yes.
So
And something tells me they're going to alley whip the Wizards tonight as well.
favored by 6.
Yeah, I was going to say, you think they will? So the Wizards are 10-47.
Yes.
And last I checked, that was by far the worst in the league.
It is by
They are
4
the
or
worst
5
team.
games, I think.
And the spread is 6.
It does not appear that Portland is pulling the shoot. Chance, I just don't think it's going to happen. I mean, maybe you get some injuries down the stretch, but
They will have to hold guys out and make them not available to Chauncey. If they're out there, Chauncey's playing to win.
Yes, Sharp played like 18 minutes the other night and didn't finish the game. Like he is not. Jeremy Grant's closing out those games. Like this is not. I mean, Ayton's not there obviously because what he's got his calf thing he's dealing with, and I doubt he'll play the rest of the year. They're going to keep him shut down, but Chauncey's playing to win these games. They are not. This will not end with a top 6 or 7 pick. This is screaming towards pick 10 or 12 in the NBA draft.
Yay.
But how are they going to guard Bub Carrington tonight?
You're a loser.
Yeah, it really is.
Well, Mr. Do-It-All, Tumani Kamara.
Break that down.
He's got that dog in him.
This is going to be a very, very interesting offseason because they're going to try to sell us on this great progress that was made. That's what else are you going to do? They'll tell us that more trades are coming in the offseason, and that's when the big deals are going to get made. Although they did get Denny, right? So they'll roll that one out there, and they will talk about they'll talk about Chance. Now we got everyone to play hard. They'll talk about Kamara, and and we'll talk about progress. And you don't need anyone else, Rob.
I'm gonna go to that lake.
These young guys just going to continue to grow and develop.
Magic Johnson.
So we do think they win tonight.
Yes. I don't know about that. That 6-point thing scares me because the Hornets game,
Yeah.
Yeah. And was it the Jazz like that?
Well, the Jazz was a 2-point
The
game.
Jazz was close. Like, so I don't know about the 6, but
I've got him in a couple money line parlays.
I was going to say, you're going money line parlay.
No way.
Now we're going.
What's the money line number?
It's like minus 230, something like that.
Yeah, that's the Blazers are winning this game. They're not losing.
They're
They're not
Washington.
losing. No. The Warriors are in full tank mode, and as so are the Hornets and like the Jazz. I mean, the Jazz out-tanked the Blazers.
By a million. What can I get Washington for on the money line tonight? That's got to be
let me check.
plus 800 or something? 5, 7, 6, 7, 8?
It looks like plus 180.
What? That's it?
Blazers are minus 220. Wizards plus 180.
Oh.
By the way, 2-0 Blazers right now.
Oh, they already started.
That's right.
Yeah, we can't watch it.
Do we have to break in for coverage?
I would hope so.
Super.
Denny beating the Wizards by himself right now. 2-0.
So the other thing that I had in here in my smattering was that it's about that time of year where we have the 40-20 exercise we've got to do.
40-20.
We've talked about it here. It's where Phil Jackson always said you had to win. The good teams the champion always wins their 40th game before they lose their 20th game.
Yes.
I saw a stat about that. Do you see that stat?
Well, I would imagine
Hence his
I can't guarantee that this will happen, but I would imagine that's probably why we're talking about this, Buck. I don't know.
Wouldn't it be something if you brought that up and then didn't have it?
And then I
I
was
thought
shocked
you meant
by
you were
this.
just going to talk about which teams it qualifies for this year, as opposed to how many champions it's applied to.
I want
Always underestimated Isaac and Suk.
Sometimes when Buck chimes in, it's the
You're welcome
best.
for me being here
I
today.
love it. I love it.
We are welcome for him being here today.
Yes.
We will get to that. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe Buck has a stat on the 40-20
Maybe not.
number that I don't, but something tells me he might not.
Take that L on the way out.
That is next on The Fan.
The best basketball
smiles, and glory holes.
Prime Time with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
I think it's really sexy.
So someone was asking who the Hornets play next and what might the point spread be, since they're on the worst 3-game losing streak in NBA history. They are playing the Mavericks. That game will be in Dallas.
Dallas can still score.
It will be tomorrow.
Kyrie will drop 50 on you.
And the point spread, at least the early line that I'm seeing, is 15.5. Pretty high.
Interesting. So what do you
Are the
do?
Hornets?
What do you do with that?
Yeah, the question is, well, nothing is what is the answer.
Just like
but
leave it alone.
are the Hornets now value?
Why are you going there?
Or is that just?
Yeah, you're either betting against them or you don't touch it.
Yeah.
You
Okay,
can't.
so that's your philosophy on it.
Yeah,
See, I could be talked into an idea. I would never bet that in a million years, but I could be talked into the idea that they are now value.
Well, they beat. I think that was the first half of the back-to-back when LA played Portland. The Hornets beat them. That was the first game. Remember, that was the standalone game that they moved for the LA Wildfires, and the Hornets beat the Lakers whenever that was.
Yeah, that was last Wednesday.
Yeah,
but they've lost 4 in a row since.
Yeah.
By 8,000 points.
Yeah. Look, I'm inclined to lay the number. Or
wow.
Yeah. 15.
That is so big. That's what she said.
Mavericks at home. That's what she said. Yeah. Dude, I'm not. You're telling me
I'm not touching.
You're taking the Hornets?
No, God no. You did not listen to.
Let's go to Ryan Buckley.
You didn't listen to the thing I said. I said I could be talked into the idea that now that they've lost by 800 points over the last 3 games.
Were you listening to the dude's story?
There's value on them, but I would never.
There's no value there.
Bet that.
There's no
some
value.
sharp somewhere that's found an angle on that, and they really like one of those sides.
I saw somebody taking them at Golden State 16.5 or something.
I bet them plus 3.5 against the Blazers.
How'd that work?
It was like 3 games ago.
How'd that work out?
Horrible.
When did you know you were cooked? 2 minutes in? 3 minutes in?
Probably 500 times.
It's rough to be a Hornets fan. So if you're ever sitting around and you're a Blazer fan, you're like, man, just realize
Are there even
it
Hornets
could be
fans?
worse.
There's so much good college basketball in Carolina. I don't feel like anyone even cares for Charlotte NBA
it's true.
basketball.
Yeah.
Hey, they have Michael Jordan.
No.
Hey, they have one of the Ball brothers.
They have LaMelo
Yeah,
Ball.
the Ball brother's good. He's good. It's the most hollow. He is the new version of Kevin Love, where we're not certain if he's good if he just plays on a god awful team and collects points and stats.
Kevin Love was good.
No, but it was in Minnesota. Kevin Love was a stat machine, and then there was always if you're a good player, can you just put up big numbers because there's no one else there? It's yet to be seen if LaMelo Ball can do anything when it actually matters. He just plays on the world's crappiest team and collects stats.
There's basically 2 ways in the NBA to hit your potential.
Yeah.
One is play alongside great players that'll make you look like $1 million. And then you go to another team and you don't have those great players, and all of a sudden everybody's like, why does he suck? Oh, gee, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe because he's not playing around LeBron and Anthony Davis.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah.
Or you can just be a big fish in a small pond.
Just collect numbers forever.
Yes.
And just pile them up.
Well, this is like the Brandon Ingram thing. Like, and I'm not saying that this is true of like Anthony Simons or but the amount of guys that can score 20 a night in the NBA, dude, it's limitless. Like every one of those guys that's athletic that can score a little bit, if you put them on a crappy team and you give them a bunch of touches, you're gonna get 20. It doesn't mean that you're good. It doesn't mean that you're a valuable piece to anything. And again, see Brandon Ingram. That guy has good numbers. And what has he ever meant to anything? Remember like Ricky Davis? Like Ricky Davis would go off and get you 20 and 6
Rudy
a night.
Gay was this guy. He was with the Sacramento Kings for a while, and I
Yes.
covered him. It's like he could always get you 20 and 8 every single night, but like you never won anything.
No.
37 NBA players right now average 20 points a game or more.
How many?
37.
Yeah. And how many of those are like are players that you would build around?
Well, I'll start listing them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously the top 10, I'm assuming, are all going to be, they're all, you're going to get the, I'm assuming Giannis, Jokic, probably SGA's up there.
Those are the top 3. Anthony Edwards.
Yeah.
Tyrese Maxey.
Okay, well,
Kevin Durant.
And Maxi's a good player, but again, like Maxey and Kevin Durant, like their
Jason
teams
Tatum,
suck.
Devin Booker.
Yeah. By the way, Booker's not that good this year.
Jalen Brunson, Cade Cunningham.
Does it say something, by the way, that the Phoenix Suns have 2 of the top 10 scorers in the league and absolutely are dog crap?
So, okay, you would want the top 3 guys, obvi.
Yeah.
Top 4 guys.
Yeah.
Maxey, whatever.
Yeah.
Durant's old. Tatum, you want.
Mhm.
Booker is interesting. Is that?
Yeah, Booker's good, but
You want him on your?
It's not a good year, but yes, Booker's good.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I know he's good, but that's not the question. The question is, do you want him on your team?
Yeah, get me down to the guys that are just getting 20. That are like, because those guys are all.
Well, I mean, we're getting there pretty quick.
Yeah.
So, Jalen Brunson, Cade Cunningham.
Yeah, they're getting good years.
Again,
Cunningham's having a breakout year.
Anthony Davis.
Yeah.
Damian Lillard.
Yeah.
Kyrie Irving. Karl Anthony Towns, LeBron James. Okay, those are your top 15.
You're solid. You're solid there.
But now you get to De'Aaron Fox.
Okay, who did nothing in Sacramento and now is in
Wemby.
Great.
Former Blazers great Norman Powell.
There you go. This is my point with
Tyler Hero.
Now we're talking.
Trey Young.
Yeah.
Donovan Mitchell, Zach LaVine, Steph Curry. Hate him. That guy's terrible. What's he ever done? Jaylen Brown, Jaren Jackson, Trey Murphy.
Thank you.
DeMar DeRozan.
Now
Siege.
Now we're in this.
Siege.
This is my point. Now we're in my wheelhouse.
That's the quintessential guy right there.
Now
Siege.
we're in my wheelhouse.
CJ McCollum, RJ Barrett, James Harden, Jalen Green.
Yeah.
You get the picture.
Yeah.
Jordan Poole even in the.
Thank you. There you go.
There's
Jordan
your guy.
Poole. Remember for a brief time when in Golden State they're like, oh, Jordan Poole, he'll be the next Steph.
He was going to be the leader of the second timeline.
Well, guess what?
Yeah.
He ain't leaning squat, but he's still getting you 20 a night.
Completely neutered by the biggest douche in the league. How about that?
I know, just got his ass beat. Never was the same.
All right. So I've got the 40-20 for you here. So Phil Jackson, he started this. He said, the best teams win their 40th game before they lose their 20th.
Yeah.
That's how you know a team is elite.
Okay.
Well, Jackson won 11 titles. I don't know if you know that about him.
Yeah.
All of them, his teams fit that 40-20 mold.
It also helps. Look, I'm not doubting Phil Jackson's greatness. Had some pretty good teams. It's not like he ever led the Detroit Pistons.
How many titles would I have if I had Phil Jackson's teams?
5.
Really?
I believe you could have won. So you got 6 years of MJ and Scotty, and you got what? Probably 6 years of Shaq and Kobe, and you got Kobe and dude, you got 5 rings. You are a 5-time NBA champion.
Thank you.
Feel very, very confident that you would have won 5 rings.
People have said this about Steve Kerr because he did it with the Chicago Bulls and Michael Jordan, and then he did it with the Warriors and Stephen Curry.
I'm not doubting that Phil Jackson led to more titles. 100%. The way he managed those egos, especially like the Rodman years and all that, and kept Shaq and Kobe from killing each other, which eventually, came apart at the seams, and which is why they didn't win 4 in a row. But I have no doubt. I'm not being facetious. If I put you in charge and you just let Tex Winter do his thing, and all you had to do was manage the egos, you win 5 titles.
What if I don't even do that?
You got to do something.
I'm like, guys, work it out.
You got to do whatever your strategy is.
Mo Cheeks.
You win 5 NBA championships. I'm convinced of it. You're not half as good as Phil Jackson.
No.
But you're almost half as good.
Who knew that in the right circumstance, I am a 5-time NBA championship coach?
Absolutely.
Who knew that?
Absolutely.
Man. So there are 3 teams. So we're at that time of year where you win your 40th before you lose your 20th.
Okay.
And there are 3 teams that fit the mold so far.
3?
That's it. And the champion of so here's probably the stat that Buck had that he thought somehow I wouldn't have. Since the playoffs expanded in 1983, there have been 40 champions of the NBA.
Okay.
36 of them have met the 40-20 criteria. Of the 4 exceptions, 2 traded for a star player mid-season. One was Houston with Clyde, and the other was the 04 Pistons who traded for Rasheed Wallace.
All right.
The other 2
and beat that Phil Jackson Laker team.
Yeah,
they hated each other.
The other 2 exceptions, I'm not sure. But 36 of 40 champs have met the 40-20 criteria. There are 3 teams this year.
Well, I'm guessing Oklahoma City is
that
one.
is definitely one.
And is there another team in the West that's done it? Because
Nope.
Denver?
There's not.
There's not. So
Both
it'd be
in the
East.
East.
So it'd be Cleveland
Yep.
and Boston.
That's right. Those are your three.
Yeah.
The Blazers get all three of them on this trip.
How close are? Oh, that ought to be fun. How close are the teams?
odds?
The teams in the West.
Oh,
because I know Oklahoma City's the number one team, but is Denver the second team in the West?
Memphis.
Memphis.
Yeah, they're 38-20.
Okay, so they're
Denver 38-20. So they can't get there. They
No.
lost their 20th before they won their 40th.
but that's close. I mean, you're two games off. But
I think the point is that you don't lose 20 by this time of year. New York has lost 20. Memphis has lost 20. Denver has lost 20. The Lakers have lost 20. Although the Lakers fall into the category of trading for a star mid-season.
Yeah.
You know,
you got Luka.
they're a completely different team now. So that's an interesting one.
They're like
you can
8-2 since dealing for them or whatever. 7-2, I think.
you can get them at plus 1,700 to win the NBA title.
It's not bad. Take a
It's not,
flyer.
but they're not going to win it.
I don't think so, and they don't have a guy in the middle. But look, you had Luka that took that Dallas team to the finals last year, and you add in a smattering of LeBron James. Why not?
How sure are you right now on February 26th that it will be the Boston Celtics and the Oklahoma City Thunder in the NBA Finals?
Tell you what, I don't know about certainty, but I was listening to. I try to pay attention to people that actually pay attention to the NBA.
What? What? Whoa!
Yeah.
Are you taking shots at me?
No. I don't watch the NBA
Come on, Rob!
nearly as much as I do some of the others. And so I do try to listen to NBA podcasts and just kind of get a sense of just the general feel around the league. And even though Cleveland is the best team in the East, to a man, everyone says that this
It's
is Boston.
Yeah.
That Boston's sleepwalking a little bit. Then when push comes to shove, Boston will be there. It's funny because on the other side of things, Oklahoma City is running roughshod in the West, and they are not certain like that about Oklahoma City. I think there's some people that still have their doubts. So how certain am I? I think that's where everyone believes this is going, but I feel better about Boston than I do Oklahoma City.
Yeah, Boston. Well, I mean, we just saw them win a title, so it's like they're hard not to trust. They're so hard. I mean, I don't watch almost any NBA this year, but just from last year, you can't guard them.
Yeah.
They just every one of them can make a three.
See,
they're impossible to guard.
And whenever I see Oklahoma City, I'm always blown away by them. And again, having seen them only a handful of times, and yet whenever I listen to these smart NBA people, everyone is always doing the I don't know, and they don't love that they don't have a secondary ball handler, and
I just think it's a
youth thing.
No, I think it's a human nature thing that we, especially in sports media, there's so much groupthink because nobody wants to stick their neck out.
Yeah.
Everybody has to play it safe because they don't want to look stupid or get shouted down on Twitter or whatever by making some bold prediction. We oftentimes have to wait, and it's not that it's bold to say Oklahoma City will win the title, but we often have to wait to see a team get over the hump before we jump on board. This is the greatest example of this is Jokic and Denver.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody said Denver was going to be winning titles, even when Jokic and they were cooking before they had won the title, right?
Yeah.
Nobody. Like, no, they're great, but no. That's the same thing they're saying about Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
They'll say it about every single team until they win one.
Yeah.
That it's human nature.
You got to show me first.
Yeah, I just don't know where you poke holes. We were talking the other day that Lou Dort is statistically the best player at his position, like with the defensive WAR rating. Yeah. Yes. Your Lou Dort.
Lou Dort fan club.
You do love some Lou Dort.
King right here.
Yeah.
Dude, that's my guy. He's like the one NBA player I like.
Yeah. And yet Lou Dort of their starting five has the worst rating. It's just like it's insane. It just so I don't know why everyone always wants to poke holes, but that's continually what I hear. And then they've lost the last two to Minnesota, and of course that gives more ammo, and people are like, well, Minnesota.
Is
Dude, down by 24.
Is Chet healthy?
Yes, he's back.
Okay, well, there's one thing I think that does matter is you kind of have to take your lumps in the playoffs a little bit. You got to learn, over time. Oklahoma City hasn't really had that yet. I mean, they kind of have, but not really with a healthy Chet.
And then
but Minnesota has.
Yeah.
Like Minnesota last year, very disappointing, right?
Yeah.
And that's what people are wary of, that the Thunder, having not done this, are going to run into someone who has.
Exactly. And that's where, that's where the championship pedigree comes in. Now, the Warriors are just old now, so they're not in there. The Suns just suck. The Lakers will be interesting. When you get Oklahoma City up against a Lakers team, although without anybody in the middle, I mean, I can't imagine a defensive team like Oklahoma City can't figure out a way over 7 games
Exactly right.
to slow down Luka and LeBron enough to win the series.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, it is an interesting that is one drawback of Oklahoma City is they really haven't taken their lumps in the playoffs yet.
Yeah.
And sometimes you got to do that to learn what it takes.
They did take their lumps last year, though. I mean, they got bounced.
So who beat them last year?
Trying to remember who gave them the business. They went out early. They did not make a deep
Well, and
run.
that's what I'm saying. See, that to me is not a what is more of a lump is getting further and being like Minnesota to me took more of a lump last year than Oklahoma
The
City
Mavericks got them. So the Thunder beat the Pelicans, swept them, and then the Mavericks got them 4-2. Luka got them 4-2.
Yeah,
and the Thunder were the 1 seed last year.
And then the Mavericks beat the Timberwolves, and that to me when you get to the West Finals and you're the cock of the walk and you're Anthony Edwards and you're favored to beat Dallas, I think they were in that series, right? Yes. And then you lose. Yeah. That I think you learn more from than what Oklahoma City went through. But again, that's just
I see y'all for Game 7.
So that is, but the Thunder were the 1 seed last year, got bounced in the second round. So maybe they'd take their lump because they're going to be the 1 seed again. So we'll see where it goes.
All right. Who says we don't talk about the NBA?
There is a smattering.
We did a whole hour.
When's the last time that happened?
It has been a long time.
Guys, move on.
We are.
We will.
It is time for In the News. Camas. You once picked a fight with the fine people of Camas.
Well, I picked a fight with their AD, who was a douche canoe. And then the people of Camas kind of got caught in the crossfire.
The people of Camas are shaken over a missing gym bro.
Oh, no.
Well, it's kind of a serious story.
Is this a serious thing?
Yeah.
Oh.
The guy's missing. They don't know where he is.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Jim bro.
Yeah.
So
Maybe
we'll get to
that.
To find some gains somewhere else.
Jim Bro Fisher?
Wow. Let that marinate.
Just let that sit for a bit.
We will be right back. Here's Buck.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan, the Portland Trailblazers continuing their 7-game road trip in Washington, D.C. tonight. They're currently trailing the Washington Wizards by a point in the first quarter. It's 23-22 in favor of the Wizards with 4 minutes to play in the first period. More news from the NFL Combine today as Saints GM Mickey Loomis says the team intends to move forward with Derek Carr as their QB1. 49ers GM John Lynch says the team is in discussion with quarterback Brock Purdy for a long-term contract extension. Lynch also confirmed the team is willing to work with Deebo Samuel to try to facilitate a trade for the receiver. Reports out of Green Bay indicate the Packers are willing to listen to trade offers for defensive back Jair Alexander. He's played just 14 games over the last 2 seasons and is still owed $36 million with 2 years left on his deal. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley from 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
The Fan is live on YouTube and Twitch. And now, Window Nation.
Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com.
It's a solid ho.
It is National Personal Chef Day.
Oh. Looking right at you, Ryan Buckley. I'm guessing you had a chef at some point.
I would love one. No.
You're telling me your family never had a chef?
No, we never had a chef. I mean, I don't know what you think my privilege, how far it extends. We never employed a personal chef.
You've never had someone come over to your house and cook?
No, never.
I'm down to 2. Times are tough.
Was there a cleaning lady at the Buckley household?
Oh, yeah.
He's insulted the idea of a chef, but the cleaning lady.
Someone who comes and
what
cooks
about
all your meals is different than someone that comes once every 2 weeks to tidy up.
Do you have a gardener?
Yeah.
Pool boy?
Now, my wife and I don't have a gardener or a house cleaner. But
what about
I did growing up.
What about the pool boy?
We don't have a pool.
You didn't have a pool growing up?
We did in our second house. We did not have a pool maintenance person. My dad did.
Saving a few bucks.
Cheap ass.
Midwestern sensibilities still from
that
from
Napster
the Buckley
lawsuit.
clan.
You know, the Midwest sensibility thing comes in for me too because I have never had a maid or a cleaning service.
Yeah.
Ever. I mean, come on. You know?
I mean, I would love one, but we don't pay for one.
I mean, come on. It's not that hard.
I had the most awkward situation of all time once when my wife got really sick. I called just one of the 1-800-MAID or whatever, and they sent over. They sent over like a 20-year-old hot.
Yeah.
It's just opened the door and I'm like, okay, yeah, this isn't gonna work. Well, so when I called back and requested someone else, I was like dancing around. I couldn't be like, yeah, she's too hot. I was like, oh, maybe someone with a little more experience. Maybe someone,
Was her name Natasha?
Likes to eat a little bit more.
Katerina? Anya?
My sick wife comes down the stairs and sees the hot 20-year-old cleaning the house. Great idea. Like to see someone at that maid company was just screwing with me.
It is also Levi Strauss Day.
Oh, there you go.
Jean guy.
Yeah.
Levi.
Well, that's maybe the most iconic American brand ever.
You know he wasn't American. Did you know that?
Levi Strauss wasn't?
Well, he was an immigrant.
Oh, okay.
Sounds German?
He was from Turkey.
He was fans of the Turkish bath?
Turkey. I don't remember.
But if you had to go top 3 like most American brands,
whoa.
Aren't we going
Apple.
Nike?
Dude, Levi's is, I mean, you're talking about
I don't know
modern companies. Levi's has been around, I would say, like.
Right, I'm just talking about, like, the swoosh being a global brand.
Yeah, but that's not I mean, that is a global. I'm going Ford.
Oh, you're going American.
I said American brand.
Well, but
Nike is an American brand that is recognized globally.
Man, I don't think when you think of Nike, you think of America. But you go.
Well, you should.
You go Ford. I think you go Levi's.
Anheuser-Busch?
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Budweiser.
Anheuser. I know that's again German, but Anheuser
they sold out.
Anheuser-Busch is
McDonald's.
Yeah, that's another.
Yeah,
that's solid.
There you go.
Trucks, balls.
Now we're on it.
Now
we're on it.
Now
we're on it.
Well, kudos to you, Levi's. You make a fine pair of.
No, his name is
dungarees.
Levi. Levi Strauss.
Oh, but they are Levi's jeans, or are they just Levi jeans?
I think they're just No, they're Levi's.
Right, they're Levi's.
Yeah, you're right.
You call a pair of Levi's jeans Levi's.
But on them, it wasn't Levi. The tag said Levis, didn't it?
It's Livi apostrophe.
Okay.
So
it's Levi's.
Yes, they are
jeans. His jeans.
You just gotta keep living, man.
You got
Livin.
You can never go wrong. Those jeans will never go out of style.
He was Bavarian.
Oh.
So he was German.
Yes.
Like those Bavarian milkers, did he? Thinking like some Bavarian milkers. Coca-Cola's pretty good too.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. That's it.
Yeah, Coca-Cola.
That's number one.
That's rock solid.
Because the beer alienates, people.
Yeah.
Under 21 or people who don't drink.
But
Coke,
Coca-Cola.
I mean, come on. Who didn't drink gallons of Coke as a kid?
Very solid.
So
Coca-Cola,
Coke, McDonald's, and Levi's.
Flip a coin.
The search has intensified for a Camas gym owner who went missing.
What gym does he own?
Leaving his dogs behind.
Oh, that's no good. Yeah, you never leave the dogs behind.
His name is Cannon Sullenberger.
That's a great name for
Cannon?
a gym owner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cannon.
That's it. That's all we got.
Thank God KGW.com still allows us to see their content, unlike Oregon Live. Gym owner Cannon Solenberger disappeared February 16th and 17th. How can you disappear on 2
Maybe
days?
they don't know if he was like disappeared that evening or early in the morning.
Yeah, he was only
last seen,
and then he wasn't really reported missing. Until the 17th.
Search efforts now span 44 square miles with canine units and drones. His gym. You asked what gym he owned.
Yeah.
He owns Body Design Fitness in Camas.
Not familiar with it.
Where you design your body.
I'm guessing that's like what, a little boutique sort of gym.
Looks like a normal dude.
Yeah.
Sad story. I mean, we're over 10 days now, or we're about 10 days now.
Yeah, and it's not like he's an old person or anything.
I don't love that. No, he's 51, right?
It's no good.
I don't love that.
Any like any leads? Do we have a?
Well, he left his dogs. He went missing. Didn't show up for work. They say he's very reliable. He's always early. He's a planner. So all of this is very out of character.
Is he married?
He is.
Does it say whether they suspect foul play?
That's kind of what I'm wondering. But they got the canines out there, so it's like if you're breaking out the canines, they don't think he's just on a bender somewhere. Oh, private investigators were hired by his ex-in-laws.
The plot thickens. There is no information in any of the reports out so far indicating foul play, says the Vancouver police.
Yeah, they called for a welfare check and couldn't find him.
His gym employees called for the welfare check, so he may be single.
Interesting. Yeah, no information in any reports on foul play, like you said. Yeah, I don't know. That's spooky. And I don't know, because you would think if you were like the dogs is a dead giveaway. Because like I say, maybe the guy hopped a flight to Thailand and is having the time of his life, but you wouldn't leave the dogs.
Nope.
No, you'd leave someone instruction for that.
Yeah.
So he lived in an apartment, and they said the dogs 2 different times led out the south gate to the apartment complex as though he was on foot, and they went into kind of the middle of Peace Health parking lot and just stopped. Very bizarre.
That is bizarre. How long before one of us went missing before you would get very concerned? Like if you just didn't hear from me, I didn't show up to work.
Well, that would be concerning because we've never done that.
No.
Yeah, if either of you didn't show up and the other one of you hadn't heard anything and neither had Jeff, that's day one.
Concerning.
Yeah.
And so we'd reach out to them.
Or the person's loved one, whatever.
Yeah. And then if we didn't hear from them, probably by the end of the probably by the next day.
Yeah.
I'm like, whoa.
Within 24 hours, I would get it wouldn't be good. And I have the ability. I have Nurse Nice's
Yeah, I don't
number.
have. Maybe I need to get BTJ's number.
Yeah, it's we had.
Now I'm scared.
Scared. This happened at the BTJ's work. She had her boss didn't show up, and he had gone home the previous day and wasn't feeling very well. He said he hadn't felt very well, and he is a very, very reliable guy. And no one heard from him. No calls, no nothing. And this went on for a day, and we kind of started, like, she called me and goes, what? Because he lives over by us. And I was like, I think you got to go over. She's like, what do I do? I'm like, I think you start pounding on doors. You start looking in windows. I was like, that's not like it. It doesn't take me long to go, you should check. Because what's the worst that happens? You awkwardly, you
There's
make
no downside.
Yeah, you make an ass of yourself maybe by going over and being a little panic. But, like, I just don't think there's really a downside. And it turned out he had just taken he was very sick, and he had actually gone to the hospital and he had got some medication and just was sleeping, for like 15 straight hours. But, when you don't show up to where you're supposed to and there is no indication, it doesn't take me long to start hitting the let's go poke around.
So when the dogs went out the gate of the apartment and stopped in the middle of the parking lot, they are saying that is an indicator that perhaps they were on his scent and he got into a car.
That could,
That's what the true crime stuff would say.
Yeah, that's what
he got picked up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Huh.
Very weird story.
Is he kidnapped? I mean, that's
Cannon Sullenberger. No relation to Sully,
No.
American hero.
Well, that we know of.
Levi Strauss, Coca-Cola, and Sully Sullenberger.
What if they are related?
Wouldn't that be something?
West Coast bros, it's possible.
Yeah.
Sully took him out.
Took him to a Turkish bathhouse. He's having the time of his life.
Coming up next, it's time for more pickleball and a Vancouver minister who practices what he preaches. This is In the News on The Fan.
This is the Fan's Window into Sports, a view into today's top stories. Brought to you by Window Nation, online at windownation.com.
Strike to claim it. A strike to claim it. And he got it! That's number 5. Are you kidding me? That's right. Who do you think you are? I am. Get it right.
What did he say there at the end?
Get it right!
Get it right! Who do you think you are? I am! That's right!
It is the greatest moment in
God,
player history.
so good. Peter Weber there, bowler. This is the 13th 13th year anniversary of that.
Is he still bowling?
Yeah. Oh, bowling? I don't know. He's still with us, though. The Fan's Window into Sports brought to you by Window Nation. Half off all window styles. 50% off all window styles. 5 years interest-free financing right now. Schedule your estimate by calling 866-90-NATION or logging on to windownation.com.
The home of dirt and spray.
I'm dirt.
Auburn is the only team in the country.
Bowling Hall of Famer. Currently the Senior Tour Bowler of the Year.
No way.
And apparently a cocaine and alcohol fiend.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I guess
awesome.
He battles.
Well, that tracks.
And he's on his 4th marriage. He battles some,
He's the John Daly of the lanes.
Yeah, he's the John Daly of the lanes.
Who was the bowler that I bowled with at Caddies for Cure?
Yeah, he was
that
like
wasn't him, was it?
No. That was he was like the best bowler of all time.
It's like Earl Anthony or something like that.
It wasn't Pete Weber.
No, it wasn't. We would have remembered if it was.
Well, that's the story where I walk. So we get paired with one celebrity each in this bowling for charity thing.
Yeah.
You were with Myers Leonard down at the end.
Yes.
And I walk up to
By
my
the way,
lane.
through that thing 8 million miles an hour.
So I walk up to my lane and I see this guy bowling, and I don't know who I'm with. Like, it's like I don't know. I just go up to. They say, "Hey, go to lane 7." So I go to lane 7, and there's this lady sitting there, and I see this guy bowling, and I walk up to the lady. I'm like, "Wow, that's pretty good form, that guy right there, man. He bowl like Wednesday nights at a club or something." And she's like, "Yeah, that's Pete Weber. He's like the greatest bowler of all time."
Yeah, it was one of those guys. I forget who it was, but yeah, it was.
Yeah, I forget his name.
Jason Belmonte?
No.
I don't remember.
Walter Ray Williams Jr.
They said he was one of the greatest of all time. So, yeah.
And I was like, "Oh, yeah, I can tell you got pretty good form."
Who's that guy out there hitting putts? That guy's pretty good. Yeah, that's
Tiger Woods.
Yeah, Tiger Woods. It's pretty good.
All right, this is in the news, Feb 26. More pickleball. That's what we need. The Portland Athletic Club is closing. That is Oregon's first and only black-owned tennis club.
Oh.
I know you played there.
I like to go there.
Play your tennis there.
To go from time to time and work on my backhand.
Black, please. Thank you. It is set to close as early as March 1st, unless a buyer steps forward at the last minute. If not, the club will go to pickleball.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Tennis is dying everywhere, and pickleball is on the rise.
Pickleball. Yeah, this is in Clackamas, out there off Beaverton.
I saw this for a side note. Pickleball. There's a big controversy in the state of Washington right now. There's a bill to put through 10 new specialty license plates.
It's not in Clackamas. I'm sorry. It's in. Sorry, I have to get this right for the people.
Yeah, the people need to know.
It's out west. It's like
where they won't be playing tennis, but will be playing pickleball.
Where the hell is this?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's out west. I don't know.
Can you just Google the name of the.
Well, I'm looking at it on a map, and I still don't know where it is.
Google me, bitch.
It's like Beaverton. I don't know.
It's out somewhere near Beaverton. That's the sort of hard-hitting reporting.
Hillsdale. I don't know. Yeah. Look, it's going away.
Yeah. It's controversy because there's a bill to try to get 10 new license plates, specialty plates in the state of Washington.
Okay.
And there's a separate bill saying no, and they want to form a committee to examine whether or not it's affordable to have new license plates.
I love that.
I thought you were going to say that they were going to issue birthplace of pickleball license plates in Washington.
So one of the specialty plates that they're trying to pass through that this other bill seeks to stop. And then, of course, I love that they're stopping it because they're afraid of wasting money. And so they want to form a committee to study whether or not they're wasting money on the license plates. And one of those license plates that if the bill goes through, you can get a pickleball license plate as the official sport of the state of Washington.
Wow.
Yeah. Like, do we really need pickleball license plate? In fairness to the person trying to kill the specialty license plates, that might be the dumbest specialty plate that I've ever heard of.
Yeah, it's the birthplace of the sport. Got to celebrate it.
It's a little obscure,
right? Because like the whole point is that when you pay the fee, it's like $157 to get a specialty license plate. That's supposed to pay for, basically the startup cost and the license plate. And this person's like, there's not going to be enough people that are going to get a damn pickleball license plate. So why not just try to kill the bill as opposed to have your own bill that then sets up a committee to study whether or not there's enough people. So now we have to go around and survey the fine people of my state to ask, would you be interested in spending $157 on a pickleball license plate? That seems like the most bureaucratic thing that you can possibly have.
Well, look, this is why Trump's trying to gut all that crap.
Although one of the license plates, which I've wanted for the longest time, we still don't have a Smokey the Bear license plate in Washington. I'm jealous of the Oregon one, and that is the specialty plate that I would buy. And so that's one of the ones, if these new license plates pass, you can get a Smokey the Bear.
Well, now I want to know what the other 8 are. Any other cool ones?
No, they were all extremely dumb.
Okay.
Like there was a Mount St. Helens one, which I don't know if you've seen the Washington license plate. It already has mountains on it. But there was a Mount St. Helens one. There was a Smokey the Bear one. There was a pickleball one.
Probably Rainier too, right?
No, there was no Rainier one.
Is there like a Seahawks one or a Mariners one? Sometimes
those are already
sports
there.
ones. Oh, they
Seattle. There's probably a Seattle one, like a Space Needle.
No. We have like 50 that you can already get.
A whale? Killer whale?
Already can get it. That's for the San Juan Islands, has the killer whale on it. So there's a teacher's one. The only ones that I remember is the new ones were the Smokey the Bear one, the pickleball one, and there was a Mount St. Helens one, and then there was a handful of other ones. But I love that we're duking it out to see whether or not you have the right to have a new license plate.
I don't know, man. I would never buy I've never even thought about buying a one of those, like paying extra for that.
The one to me that blows me away is the one here in Oregon that is the Share the Road one. I'm like, what are you trying to make a peace offering with the cyclists? You're in the car. Like, what are we doing here?
I haven't seen that one.
It's a blue one.
Oh, the blue with the bike on
and
it.
it says Share the Road on it. And I'm like, I guess you're paying extra for that though. Can't you just share the road without telling people?
Well, the money goes towards some sort of so like this will go to like it goes to someone.
The salmon one helps the salmon.
Yes, and so the Share the Road one goes to some sort of
cyclists.
Yes.
It helps people like Sook. Sook's getting funneled money from the.
Yeah.
So where does the wine country one go? Because Oregon has a wine country one.
I guarantee there's some sort of commission.
Agronomy school. No.
One of them is keep the Evergreen State green.
Nice. What is it in danger of not being green? It rains all the time.
It's evergreen.
There is one there. There's another one for the that automobile museum in Tacoma. You not. They want to make that a license plate.
You know when you go to like the store, and at the end on the little keypad thing where you put your debit card in,
Yeah.
It asks you if you want to like
donate $1.
Yeah.
Hunger.
I get so mad at that. I love to X out hard of that. I X out hard on those.
No.
It's the same thing with specialty license plate. I feel like they're trying to. I don't know. There's something gets my goat when you're just trying to make me pay more for nothing.
Yeah.
And it's not nothing. That's a bad way to look at it.
Yeah,
but
if you're like a fan of the school or whatever.
But you're catching me off guard.
I thought about the U of O license plate here because I'm a graduate, and I was like, maybe, and then it was going to be like $300. I'm like, I don't need it that much.
Yeah.
What do you think when you see the Blazers license plate? What do you think of those people driving?
I assume they're a fan.
They're just a fan. I'm telling you, the one I've always wanted. I want this. I love Smokey the Bear.
And that's pretty new.
I'm a big Smokey the Bear guy. And Oregon has one, and I'm very jealous, and I want one. I also love the old school Pacific Wonderland ones, the yellow and the blue. Love the old school Oregon plates. If I lived in Oregon, I would pay for either the old school or the Smokey the Bear one. I'd pony up for that.
Now people are telling me that there's a youth golf one.
Mm-hmm.
I might have to buy it.
Why is that?
Well, I've been shamed.
For the youth golf?
Yeah.
Are you into youth golf?
Well, I'd like to support youth golf, yes. That would be one nice, easy way to do it.
Well, yeah. At least in Washington.
Here, after my diatribe about get that out of my face, well, now you present me with youth golf, and all right, I'll buy that.
Are you interested in maybe the Shortwave Radio Society of Washington? Because you can buy that as well.
No, but I tell you, those people that are into that are way into it.
Yes.
And will buy that.
Yes. But isn't it a little...
They love to tell you about it.
Isn't it a bit much? Do we really need
I don't know.
shortwave radio? And
well, again,
also...
This is my point.
There is a license plate in the state of Washington for the Medal of Honor recipients. How many Medal of Honor winners do we have in the state of Washington? Like, what do we...
This is my point. It just seems like they're just trying to get more money out of us for various things that we don't care about.
They also have one for former prisoners of war.
I mean, again, I can't talk crap about that.
No.
But at the same time...
Do we need a license plate for it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just seems a bit excessive.
That is in the news. I will get to the Vancouver minister who practices what he preaches tomorrow. Although I wanted you here for that story because it's up in your neck of the woods.
Is it clubbable?
Possibly. Look, it's not great, okay?
Try to squeeze it in.
It's not great. But we'll have to do that some other time. That is in the news, Feb 26, 2025. The hot, very hot, 5 at 5 is next, complete with a Blazers-Wizards update on the Fan.
Time is ticking away. Don't let another minute pass. Plan your retirement now with Trajan Wealth for the future you deserve. Call Trajan today at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
We expect our information in real time. US Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as... That's 888-665-0696.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan on the hardwood tonight. Game 2 of the Blazers' 7-game road trip. They're in Washington taking on the Wizards. It's a tight one so far. About 3 minutes to play in the second quarter, and the Blazers trailing 46-45. They're led by Jeremy Grant, who's got 7 points. Rashawn Holmes has a dozen for the Wizards. At the NFL Scouting Combine, Saints GM Mickey Loomis says the team intends to move forward with Derek Carr as their starting quarterback next season. 49ers GM John Lynch says the team is in discussion with quarterback Brock Purdy for a long-term contract extension. Lynch also confirmed the team will continue to work with receiver Deebo Samuel on facilitating a trade. Reports out of Green Bay indicate the Packers are willing to listen to trade offers for defensive back Jair Alexander. And on the diamond Tuesday, Portland Pilots lefty Ryan Rembiz threw the first perfect game in school history, needed just 90 pitches to retire all 27 Seattle batters in order. Rembiz, the 22nd player to throw a perfect game in the history of Division I baseball. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Ryan Buckley from 1080 Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Tired of getting dinged by subscriptions? We won't send you a bill. Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
Good afternoon. At the tone, Pacific Daylight Time will be...
It's 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock.
One step closer to my own personal hell.
This is Primetime on Sports Radio 1080 The Fan.
We expect the best. We're not afraid to break someone. Do you hear me?
Primetime is your source for the best in local, regional, and national sports.
Go ahead and clap. Mediocrity deserves applause.
Isaac Robb.
I'm miserable. I had to get up at 10 o'clock this morning.
Jason Sakanik.
I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude.
Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. Hope you're having a nice little Wednesday. It is a traditional Wednesday program here. I don't know about you, but I'm kicking some serious ass today.
We are on fire right now. We love our Wednesday shows.
I'm going to kick your ass, you little bitch.
We're hot like the Charlotte Hornets.
My name is Isaac. I say to you, suh.
Yeah, what about an Asachi custom plate?
Big Suk right over there.
With a Junior Golfer Association Asachi plate?
I like that for you.
Let's get it.
Back of that little Subaru. Let's do this.
It's not so little.
That's what she said.
That is what she said. Are your balls jiggling? Coming up here.
After the Hot 5 at 5, of course.
Then the bonus rewards program kicks in. Oh, I know what it was. How a bro gets 3 luxury cars stolen at one time. We have the details.
It does seem like a lot of luxury cars.
Is his name Carson Beck?
Yes.
Oh.
That's the story I'm talking about.
I was just joking. I thought,
I
he got 2 cars stolen. Did he get 3?
Well, no, it was 2, but it's funny that the third one didn't get stolen.
I see.
So the details are out of how that happened.
Okay.
And I find it fascinating and funny all in.
I have not seen these. I just saw the story.
I feel terrible because I'm an awful human being, but like when I first heard that story, I chuckled. And I don't know why. I'm sure Carson Beck seems like a fine dude.
Because he doesn't play quarterback well enough to be driving around in a Lamborghini.
There's
That's
an
why.
element of that, right? Like the fact that you took that money, and by the way, enjoy it, because I'm not certain you're making a bunch of NFL money, and you bought a Lamborghini. There's part of me, it's like, you dumbass.
Like, awesome job getting the NIL, but dude, like, you're not.
Yeah.
You're not.
Yeah.
You're not that.
I chuckled a little bit.
How do you okay, so well, we're out of time. This is gonna be the next segment. And before I present you the story, I would like for you to guess how it happened. So he had 2 really nice cars stolen.
Yes, one of them being a Lamborghini.
Correct.
The other was like a Mercedes SUV or something.
So when I'm so dumb, but we already know that.
Yeah.
When I think of somebody getting a really nice car stolen like that, I think of like Hot Wired.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
That is not what happened.
No.
Do you know how how would you think of?
I think nowadays, knowing hot wires, I think they just like every car now is a remote starter, and I think they can I think people can basically steal your ignition code or whatever. They can get a device that starts your car.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that is not how it happened.
Okay. Because I've read now that like people like as you're opening your car or whatever, like people can scan your key fob. They basically can create new key fobs for your car.
I see. Okay.
Because no one has a key anymore.
Well, that is also not what happened.
Okay.
So we will get to that next in our next segment here. Club 1080 tonight. What do we have? Oh, I still have the most SNL episodes by cast member.
Okay.
That you have to guess.
I do know who is number 1.
And would you sit next to a dead body for 15 hours on a flight?
Do I get to poke it? I mean,
you can do whatever you want to it, but some of that is a crime.
Really?
Desecration of a corpse.
Well,
Holmes.
yeah, you can't.
Why can't? No, that's not desecration. I'm just poking.
Well, I said some of that is a crime, so be careful.
Yeah, I'll sit next to a dead
But
body.
that happened on a flight.
Gee.
Yeah.
I can't request to change seats. Can't put them in the can or something.
That's kind of what I thought.
No,
I'm like, hey, why don't you throw the body in the Did
they know he was dead?
Well,
all right, we'll get to it.
Well, we've done a
I got
show once
questions.
where somebody was on a flight with a dead person or
Yeah.
somebody who had a heart attack, and they did kind of drag them to that back area where the flight crew is.
Yeah.
You know?
I would
Where you
assume.
can just stand back there and look out the little window.
And they kind of just left him with a sheet back there, right?
Yeah, they put a sheet over.
Yeah.
him. I don't remember who said that.
It
but
seems like that's the appropriate way to do it. And there's
Not
only,
up in here.
And there's only one way to find out if he's dead. Poke him.
All right, so right now, though, the Hot 5 at 5. Finally.
Hot topics, hot opinions,
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
and hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victor Rico's Mexican Food. Discover Victor Rico's new savory menu items. Order in store, online, or get it delivered straight to your door at victorricos.com.
He's going to go get him one of those Milwaukee Butter Hogs.
Number 5.
Well, the Blazers are playing the worst team in the NBA tonight, and they are in a tussle.
I am very confident that the Wizards will outtake the Blazers.
31 seconds left in the first half. Blazers up 4, 55-51. Shade Sharp with 18 off the bench.
Well, apparently he is engaged in this one, and Chauncey did not bench him and get pissed off at him.
Every Trailblazer who has entered the game has scored.
Yeah, Tamani Kamara has 1 point.
That's right. But also 5 reads, 2 assists, and 3 steals.
That's why he's the franchise cornerstone.
He is their best player. Him and Denny have been their best 2 players.
Would you like other NBA scores?
Not really, but you can give them to me anyways.
Yeah, I don't. I'm with you.
I mean, do you really?
No.
Who cares? Do I need to know what's going on?
Oh, the Thunder are losing to the Nets.
Number 4.
What about that hot Pistons Raptors or Pistons Pacers game? You had hot Raptors talk earlier.
It's Pistons Celtics, idiot, and it's 55-55 at half.
That vicious cockfight.
Hey, listen, the Mariners coming into today's game against the A's, the spring training had scored 40 runs in the last 4 games, or 44 runs.
That is quite a few runs.
Yeah, they're really popping that baseball out of there.
It sounded uncomfortable. Popping that baseball.
Well, they lost.
It's like I said, keeping that $8 in your pants.
It's like Ted Cruz. Put it in. We're gonna put this in the basketball ring.
Yeah, same sort of thing. Boy, you're really popping that baseball.
Well, the A's beat the Mariners today 8-5. So the Mariners suck again.
Well, I will be down there tomorrow watching spring training. I'll give you an update.
I do like. Well, you won't give us an update.
No, probably.
Can we call you live?
Why you said that?
I'm gonna be drunk, but maybe I'll send you a text.
I do like looking at box scores of spring training because then you can see what players play for teams that you had no idea.
Yeah.
One of those I found on the Mariners today. Did you know that Rowdy Tellez is a Mariner?
No, I did not.
The big old fat guy that
I
plays.
thought he was a Pittsburgh Pirate still.
He is in Mariners camp.
Yeah.
Right. Go Rowdy.
Yeah, hit a home run today. What else do I have for you here, Jace?
That I don't know.
I know you're longing for more. Well, the rumor mill's heating up at the Combine. Reports Tom Brady is recruiting Matt Stafford to the Raiders.
Yeah, they're saying that the Giants and the Raiders are going all in, and that the Rams are sitting there licking their chops and are saying, yeah, the price is about to go up. They're trying to get a bidding war going. Which, again, I do not understand why the Raiders and the Giants, who are both in the middle of really needing rebuilds, are going after an old Matthew Stafford. But the Giants, at least, you needed to keep from getting fired. You would think the Raiders were going for more of a long-term approach.
There's also a report that Aaron Rodgers wants to play for the Rams should they move on from Matt Stafford, and he will bring with him Devontae Adams.
Well, they're going to get rid of Cooper Kupp, so they will have a receiver slot open there. And it would make sense because if the Rams do move on, they are in an opportunity now to win. And because there's not a young quarterback to go get, they would be looking for a bridge guy, and that would make sense. Especially if they can get some draft capital out of Stafford, bring in Rodgers and Adams.
It is the third 20-win season in the past 35 years for Oregon State basketball. The Beavers playing tonight, hosting the Dons of San Francisco in their final home game. The Ducks have won 4 in a row. They get this full week off before hosting USC on Saturday.
What, 2 left, right, before the conference tournament?
3.
3.
So they host USC Saturday, then it's Indiana and Washington. On the college basketball scoreboard tonight, you do have one team in the top 10, currently with 6 minutes left in the second half. Michigan State. That was rather clunky, wasn't it?
It was a little bit.
Michigan State. They are ranked 8th. They are beating number 16 Maryland on the road 48-43.
But you finished strong. Clunky at the beginning. Solid.
Thank you so much. Auburn is playing. They're number 1. They're leading Ole Miss 54-44 early second half. If that tickles your little hairy butt.
Something called for.
Oh yeah, number 1. I always love this. We'll have a segment on this coming up in the 5 o'clock hour here. But the annual NFL Players Association survey.
Yes.
Report cards are out.
Turns out the Jets hate Woody.
These are great. Only one owner got an F grade, and that was Woody Johnson of the Jets. 3 owners received A+. Arthur Blank of the Falcons, Ziggy Wolf of the Vikings, and Stephen Ross of the Dolphins.
Yeah. Bit of a surprise there with Miami, but I do enjoy that Woody got an F.
Ownership was just one of 11 factors that players weighed in on. The worst overall grade went to Arizona. Patriots second worst. We'll tell you the top 5 in order later this hour.
Funny, because remember last year, I mean, they do this every year, but Kansas City finished near the bottom last year.
Yeah.
They weren't necessarily happy, but they were very good.
There's your Hot 5 at 5. It's brought to you by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, now with 19 locations across Oregon and Washington. They are in Lacamas Square in Vancouver. Find a location near you at victorricos.com. When you think of flavor, think of Victor Rico's. All right, how a bro gets 2 luxury cars stolen at one time, the details, and why the third one was not stolen. Next on The Fan.
Backed by popular
All right, coming up next, we'll tell you what 5 NFL franchises players dig most. The annual report cards are out. But, I wanted to tell you about the deets in the Carson Beck auto theft. He had 2 very nice automobiles stolen from his new home in Miami, where he lives.
With his new smoking hot girlfriend. He's with one of the basketball twins.
The Cavender twins, yeah.
Yeah, can I...
Yeah, go for it.
I don't know about smoking hot.
Really?
They're upgraded because they are identical twins.
Yeah. Well,
if
I
the
don't know
Cavenders were one individual person, people wouldn't think quite as highly.
They do very well on the on the social medias.
But I'm just talking about, I
understand.
Hannah Cavender is the one he is with, and they're together.
Yeah.
And so he has this nice new hot house in Miami because he probably got $8 billion from Miami to go play there.
I find it laughable, though. I mean, suppose he got like $3 million to go there, and look, good. I mean, good for him. It is going to be amazing how many of these dumbass kids piss away every dollar. Like, there is no guarantee that Carson Beck is doing anything in the NFL, and I just find it adorable that he took his first couple $1 million and bought hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of exotic luxury
I'm reading
cars.
they think he's secured about $10 million in NIL money.
$10 million for that guy?
Tell you what, that
Well,
Cavender,
not the school. I think the school gave him like 4 or something like that. But I think all the other deals he's been able to generate at Miami with Miami.
the Cavenders aren't doing poorly either.
No,
No,
Tell
they're
you
not.
that. Way better than him, probably.
Why does he spend that money?
But
Why
look,
does he
so
spend
he
that
had
money?
a Lamborghini Uranus or whatever it's called, Urus,
Uranus.
and a Mercedes-Benz E635.
Yeah.
She had a Range Rover in the driveway. So his 2 cars are in his nice new house garage.
That Lambo is about three bills, by the way.
So the house is really nice. And the reason we know this is because there is now police footage of them talking to him the next morning.
Yeah.
When he came out and he's like, my cars aren't here. So he...
Does he also kind of seem like an idiot?
I think I have in my head made him out to be a total dope.
What?
And I think it's just the way just kind of the look on his face.
Is it because his eyes are set so wide on his head?
Maybe, and that's very unfair.
It is unfair.
But that may be it. He's just very broy, okay? He seems like an idiot.
Yes.
But he's probably wonderful.
Which is also why I felt bad, but I kind of chuckled when I saw that he got his car stolen.
So he comes out. Hannah's already out there, and by the way, they have a hypoallergenic golden doodle.
Of course they do.
Much
Gotta
like
love the doodle.
Much like Buckley over there, Turkish bathhouse Buck. And the cops are like, "What the hell happened?" He's like, "Yeah, my cars aren't here, bro." And the garage door's open. There's nothing in it. And the Range Rover, her Range Rover, is parked on the other side of the street.
Yeah.
They did not take the Range Rover.
No.
So what ended up happening was his cars were in the garage, and they've already caught the guy. He's a 20-year-old kid. His name is Taekwon Anderson. He's already confessed, and they've got him, and he faces up to 30 years. Because the dumbass broke into the Range Rover, hit the garage door opener, went into the house, grabbed the keys to the 2 cars, opened the garage, and drove off.
You know what? That's not a bad plan.
In 2 cars.
I like where we're
Why
going
didn't he
with it.
take the Range Rover?
Well, he didn't want the Range Rover. The Range Rover was lame. The Mercedes and the
yeah, but you already taken 2 cars and you've already burglarized the home, so you might as well just throw a Range Rover on top of it.
Just take all the sets of keys, right?
Yeah. Well, he had an accomplice then, obviously, because you can't drive 2 cars. Maybe that was they just had 2 guys, so you had to make choices. And the Range Rover was probably the least expensive of them. Or maybe like, you know what? Not really a Range Rover.
Or maybe
guy.
Miss Cavender kept. Did they say that her keys were available? Because maybe hers were in her purse.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't say. The Range Rover gets totally crapped on here.
Yeah.
And maybe rightly so in this scenario.
I mean, we looked at what was the Mercedes?
It was a E635.
E635. Let's see what we got. Because the Lambo at 300 thou, you don't.
So there were 4 masked individuals who executed the theft. On the fan.
No, I think the Range Rover is probably more expensive. So they made.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, they're saying that's like 113,000. I think the Range Rover is more expensive than that.
And by the way, and obviously they had been staking him out. They knew he had nice cars in there, right?
Yes.
And they also said it's a brand new house. He just got there.
Mhm.
So there's no security footage. And I'm sure they knew that too.
Yeah.
But if they just don't get greedy and break into the Range Rover and take it,
they're probably fine.
They probably get away with it.
Mm.
Because there's no security footage.
Although the car is so identifiable. Like, how many Lamborghinis are there out there? If
Why do you? That's my question about stealing cars. Why do you steal cars?
Like,
when
you have to
everybody
be able to
knows
chop it or flip it.
Yeah,
like
you've
really
gotta flip it.
easily.
Like you do that with you get it, and you erase the serial number and put the license plate. And by the way, if that's the AMG, then that's starting at $270,000. So maybe
car?
they aren't morons. The Mercedes.
Oh,
if it's the AMG model,
how much is the Range Rover?
I'm guessing the Range Rover is probably like 150 to 170.
God, that's obnoxious.
Yeah, dude, cars are
They really are expensive now.
That Range Rover starts at 107.
Which is the reasonable of the three cars.
It is. Believe it or not, the Range Rover does appear to be the most reasonable and also the one that you don't want. I like that the thieves are like, I can't.
They're like, just park it over there. We don't.
I am bothered with.
We don't want that.
Bother with the Range Rover.
By the way, the other thing about this video that I find funny is that right as it starts, it is not Carson Beck and Hannah Cavender that are talking to the police. It is a Miami football coach who proceeds to tell the police, yes, I'd just like you to know that that's our quarterback. And he's got the big U on his chest. Yes, that's our quarterback.
We just rolled, brother.
So please give him the Miami University quarterback treatment. Thank you.
Something tells me, if you get your car stolen, I'm not certain that the police are taking it very seriously. But when the Miami quarterback...
Well, they had a coach over there. So he obviously called the team first. And the coach was like, I'll be right there. It's all in the $10 million NIL contract. It wasn't Mario. I don't know who it was, but he looked broy.
Well, am I the only one, too, that because it's Cristobal and it's Miami, and it's not like Beck had a great year at Georgia, anyone besides me going to laugh when that dude falls flat on his ass next year at Miami and throws like 15 picks and Miami loses 4 games?
Not going to lie, I'm kind of rooting for it.
I know, right?
That's exactly what they're going to do. He's not a great quarterback. They're going to lose 3 or 4 games.
I am making the statement right now that I have no reason to dislike Carson Beck, and yet I'm actively rooting against him. And I feel bad. I shouldn't, but I am.
Well, his eyes off the ball, too. Look, dude, he's down in Miami. He's partying. He's got all this money.
He's got the hot girlfriend.
I mean, come on.
They're on TikTok. They're doing their like.
You think that guy cares if they go 8-4? No. He doesn't care.
What's the over under Miami's wins? I'm taking the under right now. I'm calling my shot. Miami's going right in the toilet. It's a Cristobal-led team.
They'll choke.
Guarantee they choke down the stretch.
Somebody said those cars are probably leases as part of the NIL deals. I doubt that. Cars that nice?
8.5.
8.5 what?
Wins over under Miami next season.
That's not that bad. That's not that much.
Well, I think but odds makers aren't stupid.
The expectation is they go 7-4 or whatever.
Yeah, in between 8 and 9 wins, that's about right. That's a very Carson Becky.
Or 8-4 on a 12-game schedule. Yeah,
that's worth a couple $1 million, dude. Eventually, some of these NIL bros, like these boosters, are gonna look up and be like, "What did I pay for? Like, really? Like that's?"
You think those like a Lambo is an NIL deal? Or they just give him the money and he does whatever he wants with it.
Maybe a little bit of both. I know at Texas they have some. Texas hands out Lambos. There's some luxury car dealer down there that hooks up some of their guys. I don't know about Miami. There's a possibility that some of those are leases, but trust me, put nothing past dumb athletes that the moment they get a little bit of money, they buy multiple luxury cars. In fact, Charles Barkley talks about this. He says that when he was in the NBA, he bought like 3 or 4 luxury cars. And I don't remember who it was, but one of like the vets pulled him aside and like, "Hey, dumbass, you can drive one of those at a time." There's a reason why those guys go broke. Like, I understand that let's say he made $10 million, right? Which I still doubt whether Carson Beck made $10 million, but we'll even give him $10 million. You didn't make $10 million, you made 5. Plain and simple. You made $5 million. And that's a bunch of money, but you just spent $600,000 on a depreciating asset. You think about what you could do with $5 million, and your first thing was, if you bought these, was like, yeah, I'm going to spend $500,000 on 2 cars. And then the house that he bought down, it's just, guys, there will be, and by the way, this does not mean that I'm against NIL. These guys earn every dollar they make. More power to you. Whatever you can get, have at it. I hate well, these kids can't handle the money. That's not for you to decide, right? They earn the money. They can do whatever they want with it. But I'm telling you, you are going to see so many stories in a handful of years about the Carson Becks of the world that plummet in the draft, are out of the league in a couple years, and absolutely pissed through millions of dollars. Guaranteed.
Yeah, well, it happens.
Yep.
NFL Players Association Team Report Cards 2025. Next, here's Buck.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan. On the hardwood tonight, Game 2 of the Blazers' 7-game road trip going on right now. They are in Washington, D.C., taking on the Wizards. Currently, the Blazers are leading that one at the half by 1 point. No, actually, they have picked up third quarter action. It's tied up 61 apiece right now. Shaedon Sharpe leading the way for the Blazers with 18 points. Jordan Poole has 13 for the Wizards. More news from the Combine today as New Orleans Saints general manager Mickey Loomis indicates that the team plans to move forward with Derek Carr as their number one quarterback. Meanwhile, 49ers GM John Lynch says the team is in discussion with quarterback Brock Purdy for a long-term contract extension. Lynch also confirmed the team will continue to work with receiver Deebo Samuel to try and facilitate a trade. Reports out of Green Bay indicate that Packers are willing to listen to trade offers for defensive back Jair Alexander, who's played in just 14 games over the last 2 seasons. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Ryan Buckley, the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
The Fan Merch Locker has a new black 1080 The Fan hoodie, as well as classic long and short sleeve tees. Get yours now at 1080thefan.com. It's time for Who's Leading the Charge. A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
Driving inside, kicking it out, passing it right to Champagny. And then it's taken away. Shaedon Sharpe! Unbelievable throwdown. Wow.
Yeah, that's Shaedon Sharpe with a steal and a dunk. And if you've seen the highlight of it, it is absolutely filthy. And in case you couldn't tell, that was the visiting broadcast.
Yeah.
That's how impressive that was. Sharpe, by the way, has 9 minutes to go in the third quarter and 63-63.
Who's Leading the Charge? Brought to you by Battery Exchange. You can use code BXT10 at checkout for 10% off and visit them at batteryexchange.com.
Hey, it's Souk, and for many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning, the crown's
The Fan.
There's a little internet buzz going on right now that at the Combine at a Starbucks across from the Indy Hotel, that there was a serious confrontation that NFL security had to get involved with between two NFL newsbreakers.
No
Hell
way.
yeah.
I want nothing more
Yes.
than video of this to come out.
So who do we think it is?
Well, I would assume newsbreakers, you're talking like Schefter.
He
Right?
ain't
Like,
fighting anyone. It's gonna be
Diana Rossini versus
Josina Anderson.
Yeah,
wouldn't
let's do
be
that.
great? Mina Kimes is involved. What if it's a lady fight? Yeah, we're assuming like dudes, but what if it's two ladies going at it?
I'm trying to think of who's
Ian Rappaport
Yes.
and Tom Pelissero.
Yes, Ian Rappaport. I guarantee you Ian Rappaport was one of them.
He gets a little surly sometimes.
He does.
Maybe
and I-
Florio. Florio gets kind of sensy.
Yeah, Florio.
Florio is pretty sensy, and he
Little
seems,
tiny guy, though.
Yeah, he seems like he gets his butt. Well, the tiny guy is the one that's going to do
That
this.
he's gonna yap about stuff.
Dude, Jay
yeah.
Glazer is not getting in a fight. Jay Glazer would murder someone. This is going to be some little. This is going to be
So
some
you think
little
it's
dude.
maybe it's Schefter
That's
and
kind of what I'm thinking.
Florio.
I feel like Schefter Florio could easily go around.
Battle of Short Kings.
At a Starbucks, someone cuts in line, like someone says something about like your source is S. Next thing you know, coffee's flying. And if it was at a Starbucks, and I hope this is true, there's gonna be security footage. Leak it now. Let's go.
There's going to be footage from patrons, you would think.
Yes.
We need to know this.
So
Everyone's in there on their little laptops with their little cell phones. Somebody's taping that.
100%. Let's do it. Let's do it. You all right over there? You having a moment of prayer?
Yes, I was praying.
Excuse me.
So the NFL Players Association team report cards are out.
Yeah.
And this is where the players, like 1,700 of them, vote on things like ownership, training staff, weight room, strength coaches, travel accommodations,
Just what they think
nutritionists,
what they think of a franchise.
food, dining, treatment of families, locker room, what they think of their franchise overall. There are 11 things that they weigh, and then it all spits out in a formula, and it power ranks the most what would be the word, I guess, the most liked franchises.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
And the least.
And it's not always an indicator of, like I said, the Chiefs do very poorly in this every year, and yet, they're the gold standard. So it doesn't mean necessarily that this is, indicative of what your team is, but it does give you an idea of what sort of ownership you have, because this all boils down to who wants to spend money.
So it's every player who was on a 2024 roster. It was done online and anonymously.
Yes.
And there's a third-party vendor that provides the survey, that administers the survey. It was done from August to November 2024. So as we mentioned in the Hot 5 at 5, the worst report card overall was the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah. And that's a pretty standard. That goes back forever. They just have a terrible reputation. It's not a well-run franchise, and they're cheap.
They did get an A in one category.
What do you got?
Head coach.
Oh, they like Gannon down there, huh?
They like him.
All right.
But the owner got a D-.
Yeah.
And the locker room, I didn't know there was an F-. I thought you just got an F.
Yeah, F-.
They got an F- for their locker rooms.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it's not a well-run franchise. This is so long ago, but when I was in the league, there were a couple places where they told you under no circumstances do you go there, and one of those was Arizona, and they had the Billy Bean thing where they charged you for food and drink. So like if you wanted a Gatorade or you wanted a protein shake, like a muscle milk after workouts, the Cardinals would make you pay for it. And I guess they didn't necessarily tell guys like free agents when they came in. So you would go into think about like a mini bar. You would go into like the fridge or whatever, and you'd grab a protein shake. And then like when you saw your check, there would be like $7, and guys were like, what in the F? And they're like, oh yeah, this costs money. Stuff like that. It was just well known that they were cheap.
So the top overall team was the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough.
Yeah. That is a bit of a surprise. You don't necessarily think of the Stephen Ross and the Dolphins as like
he seems like a kind of a boob.
Yeah. Well, and he got into that whole thing with Flores and got sued and all that, but apparently takes good care of his players.
They got an A A or an A+ on every category.
Yeah. Dude, that's impressive.
That's crazy.
You know what's interesting about that, though? Weren't they saying at the end of the season that, like, they couldn't get the players to listen to anything and that fines weren't even moving the needle? Like, do they just let the inmates run the asylum over there where it's like they can do whatever they want, so that's why they like it?
It's possible.
Yeah.
The head coach got an A+.
Yeah.
That's McDaniel.
Mhm.
Number 2 overall is the Minnesota Vikings.
And I can't say that I really think much about Minnesota when it comes to, they have great facilities. They have all new stuff. They have a new beautiful, though, is that is it M&T Bank Stadium or whatever? Or is it the US Bank Stadium? So I guess they have brand new facilities and you know, they do an underrated job of building that roster. It's a really good coach that everyone likes. You just don't really think much about Minnesota.
The Wilfs.
Yeah.
Pretty good owners.
Yeah. You don't think much about that.
The Falcons.
And I think the Vikings, by the way, are high almost every year. This isn't like a new thing.
Yeah, good franchise.
Yeah.
According to the players.
Yeah.
Falcons are 3rd. Everybody loves Arthur Blank. As I mentioned, he got an A+.
Yeah.
The Raiders came in 4th.
I'll be damned. Yeah, and that's again, weird one. But maybe turn it over a new leaf.
Well, I think didn't they get a big, nice new facility in Vegas?
When they moved to Vegas, everything is brand new. And so some of that is like when you move into a new facility and you know, that's half the battle right there.
They got A's on every metric.
Yeah.
With the exception of
coach.
No, they got an A on coach.
Huh.
A-. They got a, which is weird because they don't really have one.
Yeah, they canned him.
Well, of course, no, because we said August through November, so this would have been Pierce.
Yeah.
But treatment of families only got a B+.
That's still pretty good.
From the Raiders.
It's still pretty good. Again, maybe a bit of a surprise there. Don't necessarily think of the Raiders as a well-run franchise.
Yeah, the second to last was the Patriots. So the Patriots and the Cardinals are the worst. And the Patriots one is interesting to me.
Yeah,
seeing as how Robert Kraft is thought of as one of the better owners.
Yeah.
But they did not rate well on much of anything.
Yeah, that's a bit of a surprise. The fact that the Dolphins are 1 and the Patriots are near the bottom.
I mean, Patriots, their worst grade, well, they got an F for their weight room.
Sure.
And an F for team travel. Their worst grade outside of that was a D for ownership. They don't like Robert Kraft.
Wow. Well, and maybe some of that's just
maybe he's an asshat.
Yeah, it's possible. Or he's getting up there in age, or maybe they didn't like the whole, what happened with the coaching situation.
Our people didn't touch the balls.
Well, and you would think that the Patriots, again, facility-wise, but again, maybe they're just old and dated, and you don't keep it up to date.
Come on, Bob.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
That's all I have.
When I was in Tampa, we had the worst facilities in the NFL. They won a Super Bowl out of it.
They said the Patriots team playing, one of the complaints about them was that they had ashtrays in the armrests still.
Oh, so again, just
an old-ass plane.
Old ass. So some of that is just, again, this comes down to how much money do you want to spend to keep up with the where were the Cowboys? Did it say?
Oh. Let me pull that up for you.
Because when you think
Smiles
about
glory
luxury,
holes.
don't you think about Jerry Jones?
Dallas Cowboys.
You
Let's
know.
see here. They got pretty good grades. They got a B for owner, A head coach, which is weird because that's McCarthy.
Yeah.
Rated poorly on training staff and training room. That was their poorest grade.
That was the poorest.
Everything else, they got A's and B's.
Yeah. I was gonna say there's organizations that have good reputations when it comes to that stuff, and players, especially free agent. Look, money talks. I mean, you go where you're going to win, and you go where you're going to get paid. But little stuff like that does make a difference. But I think as long as you aren't near the bottom, I don't think there's a big difference between being 10th and being first, as long as the money's good. But I do think there are places where guys don't want to go play for ass coaches, and they don't want to play for cheap organizations with bad facilities. I think that is real. So it's 1 versus 15, but I don't think you want to be towards the back half of that.
Also, Dan Campbell got an A+.
Yeah, everyone loves Dan.
All right, that's all I have for that. Coming up next, if you were wondering where Richie Incognito has been, I have the answer.
He's speaking out.
That is next on The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Well, the Oregon Ducks have picked up another commitment, this time a 4-star safety out of the state of Florida. Xavier Larice picks the Ducks over Notre Dame, Alabama, and Auburn.
I like him. He has Twitch.
I saw the Dan Lanning duck tweet. tweets
That
out.
was for him.
Tweets out the little duck.
Doesn't every coach do that now?
Yeah, there's
Little social media flex.
Just lets you know that there's something coming down the pipe. In this case, it's what was the kid's name?
Xavier Larice.
Twitch. He's got Twitch.
He's a twitchy athlete, like you in the squat rack.
Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
If you're considering new construction and want it done right and fast by a team that's focused on innovation, collaboration, and creativity, you want Mods PDX.
Fan.
Well, I want nothing more than to find out who was fighting at a Starbucks in Indianapolis. Maybe we'll have the information tomorrow. We'll break it here.
I
on the
really
show.
hope so.
We're hoping. Fingers crossed. A lot of rumors flying out there right now. But there are some NFL people that are actually commenting on it, all saying the same thing, like, I need the video, so let's go.
Well, I'm thinking about also how long this had to be going on for NFL security to be called, get there, and intervene. I mean, these people just yelling at each other for a long time?
The combine, if you've ever been out there, the reason why they always, one, they have it in Indy because of the medical facilities. They have so many right there. And they'll do 1,500 MRIs in 2 days. But the other one is it's all right there.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing this when they say the Starbucks is across the street.
It's literally across the street.
It's literally across the street. So I'm guessing there's NFL security at a lot of those places. But I love the idea of we've been to enough of these college football bowl games, dude. Some of these NFL or college football insiders, oh my God, they think so much of themselves.
Yeah, the world revolves around them.
Yes.
And boy, there is internal
beef.
Yeah, they hate each other.
And there's no sense of there is no sense of humor whatsoever about it. Remember the infamous Joe Shad incident when
Yeah.
I asked, I didn't know who Joe Shad was. I didn't recognize him, and I asked him who he worked for, and when he said ESPN, I was like, "Oh, what do you do?" And his response was, "I'm Joe Shad."
Wow.
So I started making fun of Joe Shad, and of course he didn't take kindly to it. And then Stuart Mandel got all pissy that I was making fun of Joe.
There was something on Twitter about that.
Yeah.
What did you do? Did you make fun of Joe Shad on Twitter?
Well, I started like the hashtag I'm Joe Shad. And then Stuart Mandel told me to like grow up and what have I ever done? And I'm no Joe Shad. And so then I started making fun of Stuart Mandel. And
You're
then,
no Joe Shad.
I was like, oh my God, Stuart. Like, way to chime in as if Joe Shad can't fight his own battles. I was making fun of him too because Joe Shad was hitting on all of the young like college reporters.
As Joe Shad should.
Yes. There was a bunch of, at those things, there's a bunch of like 20-year-old student reporters from the different schools, and Joe Shad was over there putting on the full Joe Shad. And then there's just those
Whatever
guys.
happened to Joe Shad?
I don't know. He's somewhere being Joe Shad. I stand by, if someone asks you what your job is, you can't say, I'm Joe Shad. Might as well just say, I'm a douche.
Looks like he works for the Palm Beach Post.
Oh.
Covers the Miami Dolphins for the
Florida.
Palm Beach Post. Yeah.
Yeah. He's busy being Joe Shad. But yeah, those guys, like, they just take themselves
They pretty much
so.
And it's almost to a man. Like,
Yes.
it's every one of them.
And there's no.
There are some exceptions.
Yes, but it's
many.
a lot. So I can totally see some NFL insider getting pissy over someone else, and they cut in line, and you stole this story or this source.
Yeah, I guarantee you, it's over a report.
Yes,
and they battled over who was first or who had more correct information or
Next
a
thing you know,
source.
someone threw a cup of coffee at someone, and then no one.
I can only hope.
No one threw a punch. It was like an open hand slap.
Nearly 12 years.
Swatted the iPhone out of their hand.
Nearly 12 years after former Miami Dolphins offensive lineman Jonathan Martin and Richie Incognito dominated NFL headlines with the bullying scandal of the century, the story has resurfaced.
It's pretty bad
and reopened some old wounds.
Yeah, Incognito's pissed.
During the 2013 season, the 6'5", 315-pound Martin took a leave of absence from the Dolphins allegedly due to bullying and teasing from fellow offensive lineman Richie Incognito. Reports indicated that the behavior directed at Martin went beyond Ricky hazing and crossed the line with threats and racist remarks. Incognito was identified as the main culprit. Dolphins suspended him indefinitely, conduct detrimental. He missed the remaining 8 games of the season. And the NFL looked into it, and they determined he and 2 teammates had regularly harassed Martin.
Yeah, it was him and Pouncey.
So Martin's now 35. He is back in the headlines because ESPN.com did a profile, caught up with him 10 years after he retired. Mm-hmm. And he is now, he's at the Wharton School of, the Wharton School.
Yes.
At University of Pennsylvania.
He's got a bunch of different startups. He's never really quite stuck to anything, but he's trying to be like a crypto bro.
But in the ESPN story, he says, Jonathan Martin says, I never believed for a second I was being bullied.
It was his mom.
Adding that he's been trying to fix this story for 10 years, which is...
That's not true.
That is bizarre to me because... this is the first I've heard of it.
Yeah.
And that was a big deal back then. Yeah. He never said boo about that because we would have heard about it. Yeah. It was everywhere. So Richie Incognito then tweets, who is still alive. Mm-hmm. He is still with us.
And by the way, he kept going in the NFL, but this obviously hurt his reputation, which was already bad. Look, Incognito is not a good guy.
He had a horrible reputation well before
but this was, he got hung out on this one.
So he tweets, he couldn't cut it in the NFL, so he quit, and his mom blamed me.
Yes.
Legacy media pushed this narrative long and far. Too bad it was all a lie. They lied to protect his money. He quit. The team had every right to claw back that money. His mom started the bullying narrative with ESPN's Adam Schefter so that the Dolphins wouldn't go after his signing bonus.
Yes.
Wow.
And by the way, I don't... Look, I'm wrong about a million things, but I took a lot of heat because I remember when we were talking about this, and I said Jonathan Martin, by all accounts, was a soft guy. And by the way, if you read that story, he still is, and he's still trying to pull the tough guy move. And now there's a ton of people that have come out and said, dude, I covered him in college. This guy didn't like football. He wasn't cut out for it. And this doesn't mean that Incognito was a prince. It doesn't mean that Incognito wasn't a bad guy. But at the end of the day, Jonathan Martin was a very soft individual that was masquerading as a football player. And no, he could not hack it. He could not cut it. And yes, his mother and father are the ones that started this whole thing.
They were the whistleblowers.
And so this idea that he spent 10 years trying to fix this, no. And by the way, he went through some stuff. Jonathan Martin got arrested for threatening to shoot up places.
Like a school, like a middle school or something.
And was posting, like Jonathan Martin went through a mental breakdown. So clearly he was going through some stuff. But yes, they tried to make this thing out to be something that it wasn't. And by the way, since the story has come out, Schefter, none of those people have recanted or even remotely tried to make amends for the reporting that they had.
Well, and also the dad still has one of the Incognito voicemails. It's definitely bullying and it's definitely racist.
Yeah, it's not good. I mean, but this idea that that Jonathan Martin was just this, I don't know,
bystander or something.
Yeah, it wasn't true then. It's not true now. And Incognito's pissed because he goes, like, no one is talking about this. If you hung me out to dry 10 years ago, and here we are finally getting someone that's admitting to it, and yet you still remain silent on it, I do think some of those reporters, I think that's poor form.
Isn't part of this that no one's talking about it? One, it's 10 years ago.
It's 10 years ago.
And two, Incognito was a terrible guy.
He was.
So if he got hung out to dry being a great guy, that is a totally different scenario than him being an ass to everyone. And on this one account where it was exaggerated, he's now like, I find it a little disingenuous that he's out there is like, oh, you trying to ruin my career. No, dude, you tried to sabotage your career 800 different times.
This is a little bit like Trevor Bauer. What happened to Trevor Bauer sucks because Trevor Bauer's career got taken away for something that it was proven that he did not do. But Trevor Bauer was an ass. Trevor Bauer did some uncomfortable things and no one wants anything to do with him. And that was Richie Incognito. But I get where Incognito's pissed that a mom and a dad concocted something, ran to the media, and they took on the story of the big bad bully. And Jonathan Martin went along with it. And see, 10 years later, you can't come out and say, I've been trying to clear my name. Did you read the whole story?
Oh, God, no.
Jonathan Martin comes across.
I don't really care about the story. I just was interested that this came out.
Yeah, you should, like, if you're all interested, read it. Jonathan Martin comes across, and I see this all the time. When you play football, there's an element of, like, you're supposed to be a badass, right? Like, you're this big, physical, tough guy. And it's just not true. There is a lot of really soft individuals that are good football players. And Jonathan Martin was a good football player. But part of living in that world is having to have some thick skin and having a little edge to you. And Jonathan Martin was not. And to this day, he still struggles with it. One of the biggest problems that I have in this whole piece is I read the whole thing because I remember taking a lot of flack when I said there's two sides to the story and I don't really believe what Jonathan Martin is selling here. And people called me a knuckle dragger and they called me a bully and like all this crap. And at the end of that story, which Jonathan Martin spends the whole article telling people that, you know, he's a different guy and he was never bullied and that no one bullies me and I make my own rules. And at the end of it, he's still playing the tough guy. He says, someone asked, had he reached out to Incognito or had Incognito reached out to him? And Jonathan Martin says, no, that's way behind me. But I'll tell you what, if he did reach out to me now, he wouldn't say those things to me because no one disrespects me or there's hell to pay. And I'm like, you're still trying to play the tough guy.
Yeah, I think he said something like, I'd rip his effing head off. And it's like, no, you wouldn't, Jonathan.
Won't. Richie Incognito was a terrifying. I knew guys that played with Richie. He was a scary. And by the way, the Pouncey brothers.
Yeah.
Dude, in a locker room full of big scary guys, those were the big scary guys. Like, you did not mess with them. They were legit frightening dudes. And after all these years, you're still trying to do I'm not going to be intimidated by anyone. I'll rip your effing head off. No, you won't. No, you won't. At the end of the day, Jonathan Martin, it's a tragic tale, and I feel bad that he was going through his mental stuff, but he was not cut out for that. Incognito may be a bad guy, but Jonathan Martin still can't come to the acceptance on who he is. And he's still playing the tough guy act 10 years later and then has the nerve to be like, I've been trying to change the narrative. No, you haven't. Again, you didn't want to give the money back. and that's fine.
Well,
but be honest.
He should have just shut up. Like, why did you even do a story with ESPN? Like, what is that about? Just shut up.
Well, and someone had said too, like the BYU volleyball N-word thing.
Shut up.
It sucks when the media goes full in on a story. Remember there was the Duke basketball player. His grandmother said that the BYU student section was chanting the N-word at her daughter. Completely lies. All made up, completely fake. Proven beyond a shadow of a doubt. Never happened. None of it. The grandmother made it up because she was running for political office and she wanted this story out there. And BYU got hung out to dry, and I am not the biggest BYU apologist. Far from it. But they hung BYU out to dry. Dawn Staley canceled games with BYU because
another school from another sport said we're not going to play against you because this happened, even though it never happened.
Yes. The women's basketball team at South Carolina said, we are not going to play the BYU basketball team because of this. And even after it was turned out to be completely, and Stephen A. Smith drug them, all that, no one, not an apology, nothing, not a, hey, sorry, we rushed to judgment, none of it. And it's crap when the media goes in and buries someone, from Duke lacrosse to this story to the BYU volleyball thing. It's embarrassing to me that the media can't raise their hand and just say, hey, we went with the information we had, but we were wrong and we're sorry. And so I get why people get butthurt when they say, hey, whether I'm a bad guy or not, you guys ran with a story that was full of crap. They're now admitting they're full of crap, and you don't have the balls to at least reach back and say, hey, sorry, we got it wrong.
All right, the trials and tribulations of sitting next to a dead body on a 15-hour flight. What that must be like. Probably pleasant.
A little quiet.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You don't have to worry about them, like, talking your ear out.
Might be a bit awkward when you're trying to get out,
Yeah. Well, wait till you hear this. This is quite a story. That kicks off the club next on The Fan.
1 in 4 Americans have a
Not suitable for children.
Shut the hell up.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Suk.
It does go well with a chicken.
I didn't know hanging out with you was making me smarter.
Full disclosure, Morty, it's not. Temporary superintelligence is just a side effect of the mega seeds dissolving in your rectal cavity.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and once those seeds wear off, you're gonna lose most of your motor skills, and you're also gonna lose a significant amount of brain functionality for 72 hours, Morty. Starting right about now.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Suk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of cheap fun.
Caitlin Clark is white.
Bro.
Guys, move on.
It's not breaking news. I think it's really sexy.
At the club. Club 1080.
Trust balls, there. That uneducated beer. Learned people know.
I am an ignorant boob.
I love COVID.
Yep, you can feel it kind of harden, and then you just yank.
I kind of wanted to see the wang. Bodies fall out of hearses.
Buy 2 windows and get 2 windows free. So if you need 8 windows, you get 8 windows free. No, 4 windows free. Does that make sense? Wait, 8 to 4. Yep, 4. No, 8.
He's gonna go get him one of those Milwaukee butter hogs. Oh dear. I have sports things.
Sports.
Why did they do that? Me. Why did they do that?
I think that's just how you. I think it's a cheap thing of warming up. Like I don't think anyone warms up that way, but I think that's the whole. You know.
Why were we told that?
I don't know.
Why were we given that fake news?
Because someone at some point did something along those lines.
Duval.
The do re mi. You know that whole thing.
Yeah.
I can't sing or hit a note, so I wouldn't know.
I can sing. I don't need that crap.
You tell me like what the key is in. I don't know what sort of pitch we're using. I can't.
Rockin' to the dawn.
I'm not the songbird of our generation.
I didn't need a me before doing that.
I remember
You
like
got another thing
like our music teacher used that little. They would like blow into that little thing, big.
Yeah, the tuner.
As if a bunch of 12-year-olds had any idea what. Okay, this.
Yeah, your 6th grade choir was totally going to be on key after that.
I'm like, thanks, Mrs. Schroeder. I'm going to get right on that.
Well, a couple sports things. The Blazers are locked in a battle with the Wizards.
It is a vicious cockfight right now.
104-99 with 7.5 left. They are winning.
Who can tank harder? It's going to be the Wizards.
And we also had a buzzer beater tonight. I don't know if you saw the Michigan State game.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier.
Well, we didn't.
No, you brought up the fact that Michigan State was playing
Maryland. At
8
Maryland.
versus 16, something like that?
Yeah, big game.
I texted you guys the vid.
It's really cool. Michigan State hits a beyond half court game winner buzzer beater shot type thingy out there.
And yet
it was cool because it was tied, and Maryland missed their winning shot attempt, but there was enough time left that Michigan State with the rebound could do the heave and
the heave and it went in, and they went crazy, stunning the Terps.
And Tom Izzo still looked miserable because that's who Tom Izzo is.
Well, now it's too late. We have to start this next.
We do.
But
that was your sports thing, or was there another?
Yeah, just a couple sports things. We're sports guys.
I'm gay.
A married couple was forced to sit next to a woman's body on a flight. 15 hours.
It's a long flight.
That's a lot. Bodies fall out of hearses.
When did they know that she was dead?
Well, I'll tell you the whole story.
Yeah, I need this because look, context, right? I'm not here to make any sort of sweeping judgment.
And by the way, remember we were talking earlier. I was teasing this story, and I couldn't remember who it was that we knew that said that they flew on a flight with a dead body, and they rolled the dude back to where the waitress
back at the bar.
The
rumble seat back there.
What do you call
the galley?
No, but what do you call the stewardesses?
Flight attendants.
Flight attendants. God.
Sounds like 2 words. Where are we going?
Flight attendant.
Yeah.
So they rolled him back to the.
They rolled him. They probably carried him.
No, I think they just kicked him and rolled him and.
Well, there's no room to roll.
Threw him.
Probably, I'm guessing respectfully drug.
How do you respectfully drag?
Well, there's a difference between. I can draw you a drag and a respectful drag. Those are 2 totally different things. The unrespected drag is probably you're just videoing up and down the aisle. You're bumping into things, and you're going fast. A respectful drag is making sure hands are tucked in, maybe put them in the pockets, and then ankles, not hands, and then you do a slow, controlled.
Ankles, not hands.
Yes.
Why is it more respectful to drag by the ankles?
Well, I think when you're going by the ankles, you have a little more
I do.
control, whereas the hands, I think, are a little more willy-nilly. You know, it's heavier on the bottom end. I think
Wouldn't
the
you go-
respectful drag is with the feet.
I think if you're dragging with the feet, though, then the head's bumping
Yeah,
along,
I
right?
agree. I think you go underarms. I think that's the most respectful way.
But then I got to carry a dead body. And if I'm going to do that, why don't I just get someone to get the feet and then we both carry?
Well, you could, but you got to be respectful. And I think if you're talking about being respectful.
Why you
and
talking about dragging?
if you're being well, no, you said respectfully drag.
Yes.
So if you are going to respectfully drag, the best way to do that, I would think, is under the arms.
Under the armpits, kind of backing
Under the
up.
armpits. So the head is, you know.
Look, I would like to amend my respectful drag. I was thinking handsies, feetsies, but you guys have offered the third option. That is
It's a better
that's the more respectful drag.
Yeah. Because then
I was just trying to keep the dead body off of the person having to drag. Because if you're going under arms, man, you are right up against it.
No, you are.
Whereas
But
the
that's
hands and feet, I got a little more separation.
Understood, but that then is not respectful. Because you are sacrificing the space for
true.
respect for the deceased.
It is true.
Anyway, the person who was on the flight with the dead body was Masters Pete. And he's listening.
Yeah.
And he texted me, he reminded me that he has a photo of the guy's dangling feet with in the back in the galley. Well, because he was in first class.
Yeah, of course. Masters Pete.
Stunning turn of events.
Our reach knows no bounds.
And he said they stopped drink service because of that, because he died.
You think someone was unhappy about that?
Pete was.
Pete's ringing the bell. He's like, hey, what I can't.
I'd like to cheers our deceased.
I can't respectfully.
If anything, you need booze more.
Agreed.
I can't respectfully step over said corpse.
So there's a blanket over his feetsies sticking out from around the corner. It's kind of wild.
You know what? That's a tough call for the
It's
stewardess.
tough. I mean, look,
I get it.
They have protocols and
I understand.
whatnot, but I'd be slinging all kinds of drinks.
Well, isn't
Be
there
like,
a drink?
it's all
Isn't
on
there
us.
a drink at the front too? They're only in the back.
What do you mean?
Well, because there's a front galley, there's a back galley. They only keep the
first class though.
They
I
only
think
keep the boozy in the back.
Well, first class is free. You get everything free.
Yeah, so that's up there.
And he said, "Oh, Pete is in. He's listening." He said that's what they did. They went underarms.
Again,
it's the proper way.
It is that we now know the proper way to respectfully drag.
Yeah,
this is a Curb Your Enthusiasm plot. the way to respectfully drag a dead body.
Well, you want something? You know what? This is bad, but this is a true story. I was talking to it. This goes to an unrespectful.
Is this long?
No, but
Okay.
this is why you don't. This is why you don't go by the hands. This is the unrespectful. Buddy was a cop.
Pants.
Came into a situation, dead body, and so one went feet and one went hands. The dead body had been there for a little bit, and so they put on the gloves, and when he went to grab by the arms, the hands to lift up, the skin came off.
Oh wow.
And so it just whoops.
How long was his body there?
He was there for a bit.
Okay,
He was there for a bit when they were trying to get it out. He said he went to pick it up and the skin slid off like a pair of gloves.
Oh no.
Dropped it, and that is not respectful.
How do you rectify that though? What are you supposed to do?
I think at that point they went sheet.
Try to put the skin back on.
Yeah, you just.
Do you patch the skin? Oh, I'm so sorry, sir.
Well, if it slid off like a glove, could it go back on like a glove?
No, I think at that point you just put it on you just put it with the body. Maybe stuff it.
Kick his skin to the side, and
that is a true story. He said that happened to him, and I was like, oh my god.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, what was I going to tell you?
Well, I think we got a break.
Oh yeah.
Then we come back with more respectful dragging talk.
Yeah, this happened on a flight recently, and we'll tell you all about it next. Oh, hey, on the fan. It's me for the Windows. We've got, 2 days? What is today, 26th? Yeah, 2 days left in February.
2 days.
So, look, I know that Window Nation come Friday or Saturday or next week when you start listening again to the fan, and we're on. No, you should listen to weekend programming too, but you know what I mean. When you start listening to our show again, and I'm back on, I will be disseminating a new offer to you because they do a new offer every month.
A respectful offer.
I guarantee it's going to be a good offer and very respectful. The problem here is I don't know what that is.
No.
Okay, I haven't seen the copy yet. So the only thing I can tell you is that for 2 more days, if you need windows at your house, you can guarantee 50% off all window styles and pay nothing with no interest for 5 years if you get on the books at Window Nation within the next 2 days.
You can't guarantee that after that.
I can't.
Maybe it's
better.
yeah,
Maybe
we
it's
don't know.
worse.
We
Are
don't
you
know.
a gambling man? I don't know. But I would say take the safe bet. Half off all windows for your home right now from the best in the business, window installers extraordinaire, Window Nation. Plus 5 years interest-free financing. If you want to take advantage of this deal and do it over the next couple of days, call 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION. Log on to windownation.com. They can schedule a free in-home consultation. Please, when you see them, when you talk to them, tell them you heard it from Masachi on the Fan.
Check out the Fan Merch Locker.
There's a lot of people. It's like Woodstock, except everybody's got their
From Hawaii, so nowhere to land.
No.
Emergency style, unless you just want to drop them into the ocean.
Bin Laden style, you just wrap him and.
Well, I mean, it is the way some people.
Can you request that?
Well, so guy had a heart attack in first class, dead in seconds. Couldn't revive him.
That's what happened on Succession, right? Old Logan Roy.
That's right.
Down and out.
In the crapper.
Underarm drag to the front galley. Respectfully.
Underarm drag.
And they were stepping over him while they stopped drink service because the body was in the way. Yeah. That's why they stopped drink. Not, look, we've got a dead guy, we can't drink. It's like we want to drink, but there's a body in front of our booze.
That is problematic.
So they had to kind of stay out of that area. So that's what happened. Anyway, the latest.
I'd like to believe that someone complained. Excuse me.
I certainly would.
There's a lot of
I'd be like, look,
insensitivity on that plane.
well, you know, those drawers that they pull out with the booze in them, not all of them are on the bottom level, blocked by the body.
Yeah. Take them and put them in the little apron that you got on, and then
That's
shuffle
right.
them out.
I'll tell you what, I can step over that body and help myself.
Boy, would you have the balls to step over a recently deceased body to grab a little bottle of Buffalo Trace?
I have gone back to the galley, though, and just opened up one of those drawers and grabbed a beer because I felt like it.
But I'll tell you
Really?
what, you got to have some balls
Wow.
to step over a deceased person to
Yeah, I don't-
grab. You better be careful because that's on video, and now you going viral.
Yeah, I don't think I'm doing that.
That's tough.
I tell you what, though, I am thinking about it.
It's a long flight.
First class. The flight attendant goes to the back.
Yeah.
And you're considering asking the flight attendant to do it for you. Man, do you think you could just step over him and just
you need
grab me that little bottle right there?
Hey, real quick, man, I'll be 2 seconds.
Yeah. I think the better question would be, would you do it if no one was watching? Because you know people are watching you.
You don't want that answer.
The answer is yes. No one's watching. The answer is yes. The only reason you don't do it is because everyone else is watching.
It's a societal shame thing. But if no one's watching, look, the amount of things that people will do if they know that no one's watching, I don't think there is any level that people won't sink to. And honestly, this isn't even near the bottom.
No.
No, this is...
But it does change things if people are watching.
Well, you look like a real ass. And you probably...
And you know you are.
You know you are, but, I didn't... Well, it's one thing. I didn't know the person.
Exactly.
Stranger.
And he's dead. Like, what does he
Dead.
care?
He doesn't care. I'll tell you right now. I give you permission. If we're flying somewhere and I die and my big bloated corpse is in the way, step right over me. I don't care. I'm dead.
Is that then... So everyone goes, oh,
no.
And then I have to turn to him and like, no, he told me it's okay.
He said it's fine.
He said it's fine.
He said it's fine.
We talked about this on our show. We're radio hosts. I mean,
And they're like, oh, sure, you talked about
Like,
this
yeah,
before. No,
right.
seriously, we
No,
did.
We had this conversation.
So this was on a flight from Melbourne, Australia to Doha, Qatar.
Okay.
Qatar?
Long way.
Qatar?
Yeah, I still to this day don't know if it's Qatar or Qatar. I think it's Qatar,
I believe both are accepted, but Qatar is preferred.
which doesn't sound right.
It
Qatar
sounds
like
wrong,
a
but
Middle
I think
Eastern
it's
country. Qatar is like a racing team from a bicycle movie from the 70s. It's not quite the same.
An unidentified female passenger suffered a medical emergency in the aisle during the flight.
Yeah.
It's on Qatar Airways.
Yeah.
Okay. Unfortunately, she died.
Which is terrible.
So they tried to wheel her up towards business class, but apparently she was a large woman, and they couldn't get her through the aisle. So there was this Australian couple who was sitting just a few seats from the death, from the deceased.
True.
And they...
They just said we're...
Well, yes, they asked the two to move over. Move over. So he gets the middle. She's now on the window, and they put the dead lady in the aisle seat.
And so it's full flight. There's nowhere else for them to sit, I'm assuming.
Well...
Because you would think that if you're going to put her there, you would think you would just move the two other people.
They said that they couldn't... That's a little unclear, but according to this, they could not move her.
Well,
So they needed to put her in that seat.
I'm just saying, that has to be a jam-packed flight because you would think that they would just move the two non-dead people to non-dead seats. But the fact that they were by the dead lady means there was no available seats.
Yeah, possibly. Or maybe they just didn't think about it.
No, they thought about it. Trust me. Look, if someone dies on my plane and I'm sitting there with the BTJ and we got an empty seat next to us and they say, excuse me, you two, we're going to dump this dead body. My first thing is, hey, no problem. Where am I sitting? And they're like,
oh, no, you're right there.
No, you're right there. And I'm like, no. I saw first class seats. And they're like, well, you bought a coach ticket. Well, guess what, jackass? I'm about to get upgraded because you're not sticking a big dead woman next to me. So the only way that happens is that there's no other seats. Otherwise, they move you.
He's going to go get him one of those Milwaukee butter hogs.
And quite frankly, before you dump the big lady next to me, we're going to talk about what sort of perks I'm about to receive because I feel some flight coupons in my future.
What a selfish a-hole you
are.
Just move over. There's a dead lady.
You are not sticking a big Midwestern gal made for the plains next to me.
Thinking like some Bavarian milkers.
We're getting something out of this. There's some coops coming my way.
So the guy, so it's an older couple, and the guy says they just basically came to him and said, "Can you move over, please?" And he said, "No problem." They were struggling. It was a bad scene. And so then he said they placed the lady in the chair that I was in. Yeah. A shocking photo of the grim ordeal captured by the man is...
He snapped a photo?
Well, there's a picture here.
Yeah, what do we got?
Let me show you what... That's him watching TV with the dead
Oh, my goodness.
next to him. And he's just got his headphones on, just,
Watching some...
Yeah.
Catching up on Breaking Bad or whatever.
Watch TV. So then, the worst part is yet to come.
Gets worse?
It does get worse. He claims he spent 4 hours sitting next to her body. They covered her in a blanket.
Sure.
So when they land, the couple... Now, they were flying to Italy.
Okay.
They said the airline crew told them to stay in their seats. They could not step over the dead to get off the plane.
No.
They had to wait for emergency responders to
I've
come
had
in
to
and
sit
retrieve
there
the
the
body.
whole time. Absolutely not. I'm leaving. I'm sorry.
Tell you that right now. I will shove that old bag out of my way. The amount of free flights that I am about to receive from this airline, I am flying first class wherever the hell I want to go for an extended period of time.
Once we're on the ground, you cannot force me to stay next to that dead body. Sorry, you cannot.
You can't force me to sit next to the dead body, period. You can't. And by the way, I'm a bigger person, so when I sit next to you on an airplane, guess who's touching you? Me. Which means one of them, whoever had the middle seat, was touching the dead woman. There's no way you weren't.
Well, all he said was, "I can't believe they told us to stay. It wasn't nice." And now the airline they say that they are in the process of reaching out to the couple in the wake of the ordeal.
See, we wouldn't reach out. We would. There would be a negotiation right then and there on the plane.
Well, but they wouldn't do that.
Well, then you're not sticking her next to me.
Well, but there was nowhere else to put her.
I don't care.
Someone else said,
"You're not sticking her next to me."
Why doesn't the dead lady get her original seat? Again, it's unclear, but it sounds like reading between the lines of the story that they could not get her back to her seat.
Yeah, that this event occurred not in her seat in the first place. And
we know that the aisle is
It's
very
very
small. And
exactly.
so if you're a bigger person, you probably have to turn sideways and you're dead. And again, that goes to the respectful drag. And I get that.
Yeah,
I get it.
So the closest seat was the window where those two were sitting. They said, "Hey, scooch over a little bit. Got to drop a dead in here." And then they made them sit there and wait for the first responders.
Dude, that whole thing.
That's crazy.
Would not go down that way if that was me. I promise you.
So what would
that.
you have done? Just stepped over and said, "Get out of my way"?
Yes. I was not going to sit there after we landed and just be like, "No, I'm waiting." No, that's not happening. And again, you would have had to tell me. Get on the little radio up there with the captain, and I would like to know what sort of benefits this airline is about to do for me, because I'll be good and damned if I spend 15 hours with a dead lady leaning on me, which, by the way, probably smells a little bit at some point. And then...
Does it smell that quick?
Well, after you die, there is a release usually of some fluid. So over 15 hours, that's not going to be great. You aren't going to then keep me on that airplane and then once I get off and then offer me a $200 coupon. No. You want that lady out of the aisle and in my seat next to me, and you want me to move seats? You get on that horn with the power of the pen, you get an exec, and you start offering me some perks.
What?
Otherwise, I'm not moving. You can't make me. You can't make me sit next to a dead person. I'm pretty sure that violates some sort of federal aviation code. Where's Elon Musk when I need him?
No, it's all in the bylaws. You just have to scroll down to the perished bylaw.
The dead lady bylaw?
We'll execute the baby.
Good
Well, anyway.
Lord.
I don't know if it would not bother me to sit next to a dead body on a plane, although it would be a little creepy. It wouldn't bother me. But yeah, I'm with you on the last part. Dude, come on.
Yeah.
Also, the YouTube chat pointing out that often the dead will soil themselves. So
That's
how long?
what I said.
How long are you sitting there for? I mean, 4 hours seems like a long time.
But you don't really have a choice.
For a long time like that, there usually is some leakage. I do have a choice.
No, you don't. What I'm saying is, I think your approach. I would suck it up in the moment and not be a pain in the ass, and I would sit next to the perished. But you better believe I am fighting tooth and nail with them to get everything out of them once it's over. I'm saying, I'm making stuff up. I'm like, well, I was really, I couldn't step over the dead body, so I pooped my pants. You've given me anxiety.
Yeah. I'm gonna have long-term trauma from this event.
Yes, I can't sleep. You might as well give me the airline.
Tell you what, my first thing, I'm violating that little no call thing, and I'm calling the advocates right then and there. Because you know who's getting me first class seats? Donnie. That's my first phone call. I'm like, yeah. I would just hand the phone with Donnie on the other end to the flight attendant and be like, yeah, talk to my attorney. I think she's got some choice words for you. Yeah, it's
All right. We talk SNL next. Here's Buck.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan, the Blazers just seconds away from winning their second game of the road trip. They have a 125-119 lead over the Wizards with about 43 seconds left. Shaedon Sharpe leading the way for the Blazers, 34 points off the bench on 13 of 26 shooting. He's 3 for 7 from deep, also added 8 rebounds and 5 assists. More news from the Combine today as Saints GM Mickey Loomis says the team intends to move forward with Derek Carr as their starting quarterback next season. 49ers GM John Lynch says the team is in discussion with quarterback Brock Purdy about a long-term contract extension. Lynch also confirming the team will work with receiver Deebo Samuel to try and facilitate a trade. And reports out of Green Bay indicate that the Packers are willing to listen to trade offers for defensive back Jair Alexander. He's played just 14 games over the last 2 seasons. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley from the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand at the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
The ultimate basketball party, Fan Madness, is back. March 20th and 21st at the Stadium Sports Bar at A&A Sportsbook. More info at 1080thefan.com.
Portland Perks. Looking for some fun that the whole family can enjoy? Right now, you can get
Beers. Club 1080 with Isaac and Souk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of cheap fun.
Double Sun Power!
Well, after our story of sitting next to a deceased on a plane for 15 hours, somebody texted and said, yeah, I've wished death on some people next to me on a plane in the past. I probably won't anymore.
Nah,
that's right. You don't want them. You can maybe wish them death later.
Yeah.
But at the time, you don't want them dead next to you. Because the other thing Pete said that you can't just deplane. And everybody steps over the body. He said they sat there once they landed. They sat there for 2 hours.
Takes 2 hours?
Yes. I mean, I don't know why, but it
I
does.
also say that sometimes I think we can speed up those processes.
100%.
They are going to rock your ass for 2 hours. Look, I understand there's regulations, and again, we got to do respectful things, but it does not take 2 hours. Like, they're dead. You call ahead. It shouldn't take 2 hours for some paramedics to be waiting for the airplane.
Well, can I just
go
say,
in and get them out?
Can I just already amend the procedures and say, bring in the gurney, wheel them out, and then do all your paperwork or whatever the hell you have to do.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. We don't need to be on the plane.
Yeah,
while
why do you
the
have to
paperwork.
sit there and inconvenience 300 people?
Yeah. How about this? Just do the little slide thing. Have them waiting down there at the slide and pop the door.
One last ride for Betty there.
Is that I don't know how respectful that is, but go out with a little whimsy on there. Just go down the slide. Not all that works. Just once I would. I've never seen the slide deployed, but I'd be interested in it. I'd stick around and watch that.
And would you? I mean, you wouldn't bitch, but would you feel guilty at all sitting there for 2 hours being pissed off about it?
Yes.
You'd feel guilty about that?
I've had that happen before.
Because it's like
where I'm obviously annoyed and I'm bothered, and yet I know it makes me a horrible person, so I don't say anything. But deep down inside, I'm angry. Yeah, happens all the time.
Yeah, but but I'm saying in this particular scenario, somebody died.
Yes,
so you should be.
No, I would feel terrible, and yet it couldn't change the fact that I would be pissed that we're still sitting on that airplane. I would feel absolutely terrible. Yeah. Yes, someone's mother is dead. Someone is. I feel bad all the time. What was the? Look, I'm going to be fair to us. We got a job to do. We're not always. You never want to find out from us that someone died, because at times,
we talk about deads.
Yeah, we talk about,
we're news.
We're news, but we're not
newsmen.
We're not like Walter Cronkite. We're talking about respectful dragging.
Speak for yourself.
Well, you remember when we were the avalanche, the people that died in the avalanche?
Yeah. Just the other day in Bend.
Just the other day in Bend. So, yeah, my bartender guy out of Jerry's, who I love dearly, he texts me. He is listening to this stupid show as he does, and he hears us talking about the avalanche. And he has a lot of people that he knows from Bend. He's big into that skiing community. And he's sitting there listening to us, and he's like, oh, my God, I hope it's no one I know. And then we said the name. We informed him that his dear family friends were the ones that died in the avalanche. And I immediately felt like an ass, because we are not always the most reverent when it comes to these sorts of things. And I was like, oh, my God, I am so sorry. Because, again, we are the last people that you want to hear that your loved ones are no longer with us.
Why are we the last? Like, what if... I mean, he's going to read it on the news.
He is.
So what's the difference between the news and us? It's not like we made fun of them. We're not going to
The news handles it better than...
Or maybe you're expected to get texted from a friend or something like that.
How about this? The news drags from under the arms. We drag from the feet.
That's fair.
That's...
We don't even go... No. We don't even go, sad voice.
No, we don't have...
now sad news from Bend. We don't even do that.
No, we don't.
Oh, dear. We just power right through it.
So we told my friend that his dear friends are gone.
Did it make him sad?
I don't think he was thrilled.
Well, I know he wasn't thrilled. I just mean, like, does that, coming from us, does it change how you intake the news?
And it makes me sad.
I don't think it's the best way.
I think I've mentioned this to you guys before, but I accidentally told another football coach of a football coach's passing in media coverage. I told Herm Edwards that Dennis Green had died. It was
And
like
he didn't know that?
he was out at that Tahoe golf tournament that all the
Oh.
athletes play in. And we were, I mean, Dennis Green had 49ers ties, so we were talking to all the football people that day about his legacy and what he meant. And he came off of 18, and I was like, and it was like news for early that morning. I assumed every coach out there knew. And I'm like, hey, could you tell us your thoughts? He's like, what happened to Coach? And I was like,
Oh, dear. Did he know him well, or?
Herm knew him very well,
Oh.
and then he was playing with Marvin Lewis, who like looked at me and gave me an eye roll, and he's like, "Come on, Herm." I'm like, "What? Okay, I didn't know, man. You could have given him a heads up." Herm knew and didn't tell him.
Do you think someday it will happen where somebody comes up to you and says, Suk, any thoughts on the death of Rop? And you're like, what?
What happened to Rop?
What happened?
I hope not. And then I got to go on the show and break the news. And
Well, what if we don't have a show? What if it's down the road and we've been long fired?
Yeah, that's
Band of muffler bros.
And by the way, that's more
Chased him
likely
down.
to happen. I would like to believe that we're both going to outlive this show, for God's sakes.
Will one of us die on the show?
It's the big one.
Well, I'd say I'd get good ratings.
That would probably get good ratings. If this show ever starts to take a little bit, look, one of us has to die. We used to always joke in the midst of two-a-days, because that back then, like, two-a-days were like the worst thing ever. And we used to always joke, because it was obviously really hot, and they were always concerned that someone would like die of heat
Corey
stroke or
Stringer?
whatever. So we used to be like, dude, one of us needs to just die and take one for the team, because we'd get like 2-3 days off, and then we'd be like horse crap. They'd give us one practice. We'd get one practice.
Move
Then
the
we'd have
drill.
the big debate that if one of us died, how much of camp would we get off? And we settled on one day.
Well, what the Corey Stringer thing, as Buck mentioned, like, what did they do? They probably practiced. I guarantee they practiced the next day.
That's what I said. I think you get a day off. And by the way, and that's why we said, if you're going to die, you son of a bitch, you die in the morning. That way we get 2 practices off. But you know we're having to come back the next day. No one, by the way, was
No
much
one's
of it.
willing to
No
take
one
one
was
for the
willing
team.
to do it, but we talked about it.
All right, we got a break. We will wrap it up next on The Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spring.
Good. So Suk posed the question, and I think we worked through it in literally 4 minutes.
Yeah,
While you were listening to 4 ads, we now have contingency plans in place for the death of me, Suk, or Buckley based on the circumstances.
Yes, because circumstances matter. Because I posed the question.
They matter a lot.
What happens if one of us went down on the air? And I do think it, and so this is what we've determined. I said, if one of us goes down and we dial 911, like, what do? You go to break, ambulance shows up. This is my working theory. If you're conscious as you're being wheeled out, if you can give me the thumbs up as you're being gurneyed away, I think the show continues that day. Then if you die, we get the next day off. I feel if you are unconscious or CPR being applied to you as you wheel out, that ends the show.
Straight to national program.
Straight to national program.
I agree with that. Now, the question became, Buckley brought up, he's like, well, what if he dies?
Yeah, that's tough.
What do you and I just sit here like talking monkeys?
Yeah.
He pushes all the buttons. He does all. What do we do?
One of you would have to keep talking while the other one had to figure out how to work the board or at least get us to break.
I think this is my plan. We go in the other side. I get Buck's big corpse out of the way. And you got to work the board and get a hold of Swag. And Swag tells you how to get us to national programming while I have to deal with Buckley's conscious or possibly dying body.
But what airs?
Well, just whatever.
Well, there's nothing on. We're on.
I think you have to. Well, boy, that's tough. I think you are forced at that point.
You're vamping.
To
You're just kind of wheeling.
So
going.
I'm free flowing.
Yes.
You're moving a corpse.
Yes.
Then you're calling Swigard or whomever.
Yeah, to find out how to get to national program.
And then I'm signing off.
Yeah.
Very sad.
I think that's how that has to go down. Believe it or not, Buckley
Buck.
going down would be the biggest
Yeah.
barrier to this program.
Yeah, that would be hard.
Yeah.
But you're right. I think the thing that we determined here, which is important, is if you're having a heart attack, and I throw it to Sports Center, it matters what ends up happening there.
It's a huge difference.
Assuming you're alive and you're going to the hospital, in what condition are you going to the hospital determines the rest of the program.
I think it boils down to, can you give, as you're being wheeled out, can you thumbs up?
Well, but I got to tell you, I might try to weasel out of the rest of the day. Even with
the thumbs up.
Yeah, I'm like, look, I'm really distraught here. I can't keep doing this show. Meanwhile, I could care less. I think you're going to be fine.
Exactly.
But look, I can't do the rest of this program.
Unconscious,
You
though,
deserve better.
Unconscious, the show, it's over.
Well, that's scary.
That's
yes.
scary.
And then you're thinking like, well, you can't do a show under those circumstances.
You can't.
I need a whiskey.
I just love the idea of Buck being like, no, dude, he gave the thumbs up. I didn't see the thumbs up. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm pretty sure it's going to be okay. You don't know that.
You don't know that. Are you a doctor? National programming now.
Well, listen, Buck's had this happen.
Yes.
We can't name names, but it's happened. And it's,
And you know what? I had to tap in on somebody else in the building who had some on-air experience so that one of the other hosts could help someone involved in the show. We needed to bring a fourth man in.
And you kept the show going.
And we did.
You guys stayed on the air.
We stayed on the
Why?
air.
Because he was conscious.
Correct.
But he got wheeled out.
Yep.
But he was conscious.
Yep.
I'm telling you.
But he didn't thumbs up.
Did he thumbs up?
I don't know if he thumbs up because I wasn't there to see that part. I was still running the board.
Hey, the old adage is the show must go on.
The show must go on.
Not this show.
Not this one.
Enjoy spring training.
See what I can do.
That'll be fun. Buck and I back tomorrow. 3-7 of the Fan. Good night.
Ships of space.